Good morning, everybody. Welcome to another wonderful day here on Double G Streams. And I realized I never actually reset the camera back on the Splatfest with Toon. So, I never got to change that yesterday. No, I wasn't in a good place mentally at the start of that, so. No wonder it would take me a little bit extra to recognize that. But alright, today we're going to be continuing some Ghost Trick. And, yeah, whew, it's about to get spicy. I took a little bit of time to figure out the end of last stream. I was having a little bit of difficulty with the latest puzzle, so I took a little bit of time to solve it on the side, real quick. That way I wouldn't waste anybody's time continuing this forward. So, before we get started, I just want to say happy birthday to my cousin. I wish her and her husband and her child much greatness in the upcoming year. And I think her son won't be turning 1 until later this year. I think that'll be the case. So, but all right, God is good. Praise be to Him. Blessings to all yins out there watching. We're gonna move on here. Ah, there was an autosave. Okay, the story got pretty good, and I couldn't help but watch. And I was just like, oh my gosh, this... oh boy. We've had some mildly interesting... we've had some interesting plot twists show up, but nothing like this one. So. Gonna get started. We're going to swap Mino with the leaf and then move the Mino with the football. What do they call it? A rugby ball, but I mean, yeah, it is. Little American rugby, though. So. I already read some of that stuff last time, so we're kind of just going to gloss it over. The funny part about this puzzle is that it was actually a lot simpler to do than some of the clues led you on. The clues were like, Missile will bark at you, oh, use my power to do things. Right. We know we're going to be doing that. And then the park guy is like, oh, and use my youthful discretion to your advantage. And it's like, okay, the vagueness of it and the way that the characters were going on about it almost made it sound like you're supposed to do something like rather complicated. You're supposed to do more than you thought you were supposed to do. It was actually really simple. Like the character hints were actually causing me to overthink it, even though I thought it was going to go in a certain direction. So I was trying to look for things that weren't actually there based on the hints, but got there. So, yeah. Just gotta wait for him to jump on this. Oops. Too soon. There we go. Now we can get together. Oh, on the boot. The boot. Spin him up real fast. Boop, boop. Move the letter. It's funny that it's like, oh, it says specifically that it's a love letter. It's like, well, who wrote it and who's it going to? I wonder if that'll come back around later. And then we're going to swap over to the missile. Oops, wrong button. Swap the baseball and the basketball. And we'll be able to reach that from there. And button for Ghost. He's gonna jump off. Just makes it.
Wow, I so did not see that coming. I never thought the umbrella would catch the ball.
Did you see that? The tree branch, it shook a little. I think I saw it shake too. If only it shook a little more, it would knock that terrible rugby ball down from this terrible tree.
Maybe it just needs a little more weight.
I'm sure we can do this. We just have to put our heads together.
Everything looks good so far. We just need one more step.
I feel like I'm messing up on Cecil's voice a bit, but bam.
There! We moved the ball! What do you think, Missile?
With the ball there, I think I can do it.
In just a few seconds, you'll swap Mino with the leaf, and then from there you can swap Mino one more time. Final moment is near, Missile. Are you ready?
You bet!
Missile was so excitable. And then it's just always so hilarious. Oh yeah.
Okay, watch me, Cecil. Here I go.
The finishing touches. You can do it, Missile. Swap Mino with that ball. I could just hit the ball.
It all happens anyways. And bonk.
There, how's that? My head has been spared. Truly, that was a try worthy of the gods.
And now Mino is right where he belongs.
In the trash. The question is, what's kind of stopping the weight from shifting and falling over on him anyway?
We did it again, didn't we? Didn't we? Now nobody has to die.
Except for one brave little somebody.
Huh?
I'm talking about you, Missile.
Oh, me? I guess you're right. I'm still dead, aren't I?
So, now let's go back and save your life.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Now that I think about it, I think I want to stay dead a little longer.
What?
When I was alive, I couldn't even help Miss Camila when she was in trouble. I want to be able to protect Miss Camila. And to do that, I need these powers I have now.
I see.
Perfectly understandable. Even I wish I had powers like that.
Hey, we just saved you. Don't wish your life away already.
Oh, of course you're right.
Okay, Missile, have it your way. By the way, Mr. Reckless Youth, there's a certain detective who needs that music box you found. When we get back to the present time, could you give it to her?
Certainly, you have my word. Then let's go back then, to the present.
Oh boy.
And so Camila ended up in the hands of the kidnappers. We weren't able to change that part. Lynn listened to my story without saying anything. I'm sorry. I wish there was something else I could have done. No, you did the best you could. I'm sure she's alright after all.
After all, she has me.
Missile, are you in there?
Miss Lynn, leave Miss Camila to me. I know I don't look like much right now, but I'm sure I can help her.
Missile's pretty smart though. Missile has 24 hours on the clock to be reverted, and uh-oh.
Miss Lynn!
Literally a leaf in the wind.
I'm going to leave it up to Missile. Kind of looks like Missile's being left up to the wind.
But yeah, Missile is pretty smart though. Like, hey, we got 24 hours, for me to revert my death, and well, you would only have like about 6 hours at this point till Cecil's gone. Or someone else dead could help you. But anyways. No, pardon me. There's probably going to be a lot more family messages going on because, like I said, it was my cousin's birthday.
I have something to give you. Stop the park from being turned into a housing site. Protect the park, the Rock of the Gods.
Aren't you forgetting your promise?
Oh, pardon me. My apologies. This is for you. Oh. You kept the music box safe, didn't you? Thank you.
He technically kept it safe by being unconscious for hours.
Not at all. I was only doing what the Rock of the Gods would have wanted.
What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?
He's mesmerized by my beauty. Hey, that's not allowed to get your tongue. Excuse me, but are you... No, it couldn't be. Have we met before? Aren't you that little girl from that time? I'll never forget it. It was 10 years ago in this park. 10 years ago? Are you talking about...
Bum, bum.
Here in this park, the gods surely control fate. Today, 10 years from that day, we meet once again. If that isn't the power of the gods, then what else is it?
It could just be coincidence. But apparently you know our lady detective here. Could you tell us about it? What happened 10 years ago?
Yes, of course. I was actually about to do just that.
What's this Rock of the Gods you keep mentioning?
Don't you know? It's right there in front of us.
Aw. Poor Missile. I hope we still get a chance to save Missile.
Missile. Wait a minute. You say G-O-D-S, but do you mean D-O-G-S? Of course not. Don't be silly. This is no time for ridiculous word games. You are standing just above the Rock of the Gods now. Take a good look at that monument. Monument?
Rock of the Gods, Thames Park.
The Rock of the Gods?
Meteorite.
The rock is buried in the ground right there. It's been there these 10 years. Ever since that day it flew down from the heavens and showed us a miracle.
A miracle?
So this rock you've been talking about is a meteorite? Precisely! It dropped from the sky on that day 10 years ago. Yes, of course. Surely you know all about it. Me? That day, I just happened to be passing through this park. I had no idea that that day would change my destiny. The sun was going down, and through the gloom, I heard the scream of a little girl. Hee hee.
Now, just calm down and drop that weapon.
Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll shoot her.
I peeked out fearfully from the bushes and saw some shadowy figures. I didn't see the face of the criminal clearly. I knew I should do something to help, but I couldn't move. The tension was so thick, it was painful. Just when I couldn't stand it any longer, that's when it happened. The sky suddenly burned bluish white. When it crashed into the ground, the meteorite gave off a shower of beautiful fragments. And then I saw it. One of those beautiful fragments pierced into the criminal's back. judgment of the gods was brought down on the park that day. "10 years ago, the little girl that was you was saved by the rock of the gods." "Oh my, I can't believe it." "The rock of the gods was given the name Temsic, and still today it lies sleeping deep in the park's earth." Dun dun. I never knew about this Temsic. I always thought Detective Jowd was the one who saved me. You were very young then, and you passed out from the shock of being taken hostage. Of course you wouldn't remember.
But that's funny. A huge incident like that should have caused quite a stir. It's strange you never heard of it, Lynn.
It is, isn't it? But now that I think about it, I remember I didn't want to think about what happened. I avoided the news. I never came back to this park again. That's why I didn't know anything about it. The meteorite was named Temsic after the name of this park that it fell in. And then the Rock of the Gods was forgotten. Now an awful thing is happening. They're talking about turning the park into a housing site. I'll never forget the miracle I witnessed that day. And so I've taken up residence in this park and am trying to appeal to the people. Protect the park, the Rock of the Gods. That is my mission.
I see.
I'm taking you with me, Missile.
So 10 years ago, that little girl that was Lynn wasn't aware of the meteorite. I get that. But Detective Jowd, on the other hand, there's no way he didn't know about this Temsic thing. And if he knew...
And the man died. I took his life.
What was that confession of his all about? The rocks of the gods that fell from the sky 10 years ago changed the destinies of many people's lives, like the ripples on a pond when a pebble is dropped in. With every answer I get, I learn about a new mystery. Will I be able to break the chain of mysteries before dawn? Anyway, now that we have the evidence we need, we decide to meet up again at the minister's office. Besides, there are a few things I want to ask Detective Jowd.
Oh, will we ask them?
We found the music box, Detective Jowd.
Good job, Lynn. I knew you would. I knew you would. Once everything had been resolved, I had wanted you to give this to him.
Him? You mean Inspector Cabanello, right?
I don't suppose he'll ever forgive me.
Detective Jowd?
Now then, let's get this thing open. There's a certain knack to doing it, you know. Hurrah! See?
He calls that a knack? Looks more like brute strength to me.
Here you are. You should find scorch marks on the grip.
Scorch marks?
When Camilla built her contraption, she used a special kind of string. It's a kind magicians use. It burns up in an instant and disappears.
Why would little Camilla use something like that?
I don't know. Maybe because she's a detective's daughter. Not leaving any evidence behind and all that. In the case report, there was a mention of some scorch marks. When it happened, Camilla was watching from her hiding place. She saw the flame run to the gun, something she naturally didn't include in her design. I have no idea who was talking at that point. But I suspect it's Jowd. I took the gun out of the frame and replaced it with a picture. If you remove the picture, you should find scorch marks behind it on the frame too. And those marks should match up with the ones on the gun.
In other words,
it proves the contraption existed there in that room that day.
and it didn't work the way your little girl intended. Is that right?
Exactly. Some cowardly culprit modified the design. But that angle was never brought up in court. And so, as Justice Minister, I must call off the execution at this point.
I knew I was right. It wasn't Detective Jowd. Now we can finally prove that. Thank goodness.
Thank you, Lynn. In those eyes of yours, I see the eyes of that little girl from 10 years ago. He's in the telephone.
What's the matter?
I just don't know. What should I have done 5 years ago?
Back then, nobody had any way of knowing the true nature of the manipulator. It wasn't anybody's fault that we didn't know the truth.
Do you really think so? Of course. Besides, what's important right now is deciding what to do next, am I right?
She's right, Mr. Minister.
Yes. Yes, of course. I do believe she is.
What is it now?
I just don't know. What should I do next? You'll figure it out. We believe in you.
Cecil, if you hadn't come to my cell tonight, I would be gone by now, without ever having known any of this. This is what I deserve. That's what I told myself these past 5 years. But things are different now. Thanks to you, my eyes have finally been opened.
Tonight, I've come into contact with a lot of people's lives and got involved in their fates. And the only reason I was doing it was to regain my own lost memory. But things are different now. We're connected to each other somehow, I just know it. And that's why I need to ask you a few more questions, in order to find the truth about us.
Fair enough. Fire away.
Cecil told me all about it, Detective Jowd. About the manipulator.
Yes, and it looks like this manipulator really did a number on the minister, too.
Oh!
Please don't pick on the minister. If he dies again, I'm the one who has to save him.
Ooh. Cecil, do you think that's what happened to me too?
What are you talking about, Lynn? Don't tell me. You were manipulated too?
Seems like it. There was always a part of me that just couldn't believe it.
There's always a part of me that just couldn't believe it. The image of the one who shot me. But now I see the possibility of a new explanation. As soon as they said manipulator, we knew what was going on.
But who is it, and why did they do it?
You're well, hey Sylveon, how's it going? Yeah, you're so supposed to be here. You're late. You're late. Now you are late. You're late for yelling at late. I had the chat open, I just forgot.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And hey, if I was on time, I would give you nothing to type about, so you should be thankful. You're welcome. But hey, I've got my 4 hours of sleep, I had my breakfast, we're good to go. I wish I had more hours of sleep.
Alright, that contraption was a birthday surprise for Camilla's mother, wasn't it?
That's right.
Something's been bothering me about it. I feel like I know that device from somewhere.
No surprise there. You would have lost your life once tonight because of that machine.
Right? I knew it! See, Detective Jowd?
No, I'm afraid I don't see.
I told Detective Jowd about it. Told him about seeing the exact same contraption tonight in a completely different place.
That's very strange indeed. A junkyard on the edge of town, I've never even heard of such a place. And what's more, I've never told a single soul about that contraption.
You haven't?
That old pigeon guy. Who in the world is he?
Yeah. As soon as I saw that contraption, it's like, wait, why did Pigeon Guy have that? Is that grammar? Like, what? What's going on there with the Pigeon Guy? But he's also a scientist researching things, so...
Detective Jowd, you must have heard this name before. Temsik. The meteorite that fell in the park 10 years ago. You were there.
So you found out about that, did you?
I hear that meteorite saved little Lynn's life.
That's right. I couldn't do anything to help Lynn that day.
But in that case, I don't get it. If that's true, doesn't it mean you didn't steal somebody's life away?
What are you talking about?
Detective Jowd, you told me that 10 years ago, the person who killed the perpetrator in the park was you.
What? But it was the meteorite.
I wasn't lying. I stole that man's life away, no question about it. It was entirely my fault. I was just about to shoot him. I would have shot him in the next instant, if the meteorite hadn't come. At that point, I was already a murderer.
That's not true. You were trying to save me.
Thank you, Lynn.
Lynn, I'm sorry, but I don't think that's really it.
Huh?
On that day 10 years ago, a different incident happened in another place.
Another place?
Yes, in the police headquarters interrogation room. The worst sort of incident. A suspect who was being questioned escaped.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
It happened to be there in the detective division, so I joined the chase. Fortunately, or I guess unfortunately, I was able to track him down alone in the park. Hold it right there! I fired a warning shot. I wanted to catch him bad. That warning shot made him panic. At the time, I was a young and green detective brandishing my sense of justice like a sword. I made him panic and got you involved, Lynn. It was all my fault.
Detective Jowd?
All I could see was my target. I couldn't even see you. I'm so sorry, Lynn.
So the man who grabbed me died that day.
These last 10 years, I've never forgotten his face. And then a few years after that, when my wife Alma died in such a mysterious way, I thought it was fate, my punishment for what I'd done.
Oh, that's the Mino statue in the background. Oh, shucks.
I painted pictures in my cell, nothing but portraits of people's faces. All the faces of the many people I'd met in my life and didn't want to forget. And tonight, I finished my last portrait, the final face I wanted to remember. The final face. The face of the man in that park. The face of the man in the park that day.
Wait, just 1 minute. That can't be. I saw that painting. I saw the face you painted tonight. It was my face. Are you telling me I was the man in the park that time?
That's right. That face of yours is the face I saw 10 years ago. The face of the man whose life I stole, of the man who was pronounced dead at the scene.
But hold on, Detective Jowd. That can't be true. I just met Cecil for the first time tonight. And he died right in front of me.
By the way, the name that I know the man in the park that day by isn't Cecil.
What?
From the first minute I laid eyes on you tonight, I've been wondering, who in the world is this guy?
Mr. Minister. Inspector Cabanello, where are you? Just be quiet and listen. This is our demand. What? Demand? Our demand hasn't changed. The execution must be tonight. Once we've confirmed it's been carried out, we'll release the hostage. What are you talking about, Inspector Cabanello? Did you know it wasn't my daughter who was abducted? Does it really matter who the hostage is? A life
is a life.
even if it's the daughter of a death row prisoner. Once the criminal gets the punishment he deserves, the hostage will go free. Carry out the execution immediately and wait for our call. So, the plot thickens. Is he a bad guy? Or is he now held hostage? What happened to Cabanela? In what way is he caught up in this tangled mess?
What is it, Mr. Mystery? You look paler than ever. What in the world? What's going on, Inspector Cabanela?
The rock of the gods that fell from the sky 10 years ago twisted the fates of many people and started a chain of tragic events. And even now, the chain continues to grow ever longer. Inspector Cabanela's call proved that to us. And the greatest mystery of all has risen to the surface. Who is this me I've been chasing all night? Who am I? I'm even further from knowing than when I started.
That probably is the truth. That is the simplest answer there, Sylveon. But so far, we didn't expect Cecil to be the dead guy in the park. The guy who died at the beginning of the game, 10 years after the park incident, is the guy who died at the park incident. So, what's going on there? Are we going to get into twin shenanigans? Are we getting into, like, what's going on? So, while Cabanela wanting... Sounds like some ghost tricking. Absolutely. And also, you know, you can consider Cabanela there being part of the phone call. That in itself could be a trick. I mean, think about it this way. If all the circumstances look straightforward enough that it make it look like Cabanela has it out for Jowd, wouldn't that be the easiest way to frame Cabanela? Make him the scapegoat too? The scapegoat of a scapegoat? We'll just have to wait and see. Now, I don't know, but I'm placing my money on the number of twists that have happened in this game. Cabanela's being set up. That's my guess.
"10 years ago, a man named Cecil took a little girl named Lynn hostage and then was killed by a meteorite fragment. Tonight, a man named Cecil met a detective named Lynn at a junkyard on the edge of town, and then was killed by a bullet. But the scene I find waiting for me on the other end of the phone line feels like the final nail in the coffin of my lost memory.
What?
I see myself.
Okay. That's a wild as heck opening to a chapter. Hey, you died at the beginning of the game. Also, 10 years ago you died. Also, right now you just killed somebody. Oh my gosh, this game is so good! The story is so freaking good too. Gosh, alright.
I see myself. There you are, Commander Sith. Finally.
Cecil. I forget what voice I had for this guy. I think I was trying to go something UK-ish, but I'm bad at that. Cecil, where have you been, my good man? We've been looking everywhere for you.
I had a little unfinished business to take care of. Didn't think it would take this long. What about your people? They sure went out of their way to mess me up.
I say, I believe we fulfilled every one of your conditions in our little deal. What right do you have to complain about anything outside our bargain?
We can talk about that when we get together.
This will be our last communication by telephone. We'll arrive in 1 hour. I look forward to seeing you, Cecil.
Dawn is approaching. The darkness surrounding my own mystery is deep. But I know it's always darkest before the dawn.
Yes. We're nearing the final stages of our little deal, my good man. Yes, sir. All preparations are complete, sir. And we just had a report, sir. Lights have been spotted, sir.
Have they now? By all means, let me have a look.
Yes. We're very close. We will now disconnect from the communication cable and have no service until we arrive, sir. Very well. What? We're gonna have to do a puzzle on that later, won't we? Oh my gosh, oh no. No!
Nice try, Inspector Cabanella. But you could never stop me. See ya, sucker.
Alright, we're saving Cabanella. And he's unconscious.
Hey, do you think you could wake up for me? Oh boy, still unconscious, eh? I guess he hasn't been dead for very long then. I'll just go ahead and go back to 4 minutes before his death. I'm a little nervous about what I might see there, though. But if that's where I'm gonna find my answers, I can't run away from it.
Gosh, what the heck? Once the criminal gets the punishment he deserves, the hostage will go free. Carry out the execution immediately and wait for our call.
That's a good boy. Gee, a hostage sure is a handy thing. It gives me complete control over the top police inspector in the country.
There's a hanging Matar helmet.
What's the matter? All those broken bones smart a bit? What's it like to feel pain? Does it make you feel alive?
Why are you doing this?
Now, is that any kind of question for a top inspector to ask? Isn't it obvious? Revenge, of course. Revenge on all the people who stole my life away 10 years ago.
Don't be ridiculous. It was a meteorite that stole your life. Or have you forgotten that?
Wrong! I was murdered by all of you!
His hand doesn't even burn.
Detective Jowd, who chased me down and forced me into a corner, even though I was innocent. Lynn, That girl was right there where I was running.
Lynn? She was just an innocent little girl playing in the park.
If that brat hadn't been there, I never would have thought of taking a hostage!
That's the most self-centered garbage I've ever heard.
And finally, you, Inspector Cabanella.
Me?
If you hadn't done what you did, I never would have pointed a gun at that kid. You were so proud of your spotless record. And my case was the one blot on it, wasn't it? Only 2 people know the real truth. Me and Detective Jowd. Oh boy. I bet tonight's execution will be quite a relief to you, won't it? One of the people who know about the stain on your record will disappear for good. That's why you didn't help him escape from prison. That's the kind of guy you are.
I got nothing to say to you. You'd never listen anyway.
What?
Ye gods!
Now then, Inspector. Time to make a big red stain on your spotless white coat. This was another condition of my deed. To wipe out everybody who knew about Temsic. Revenge? That's what I'm up to? None of this makes any sense.
Hey man, mind telling me what's going on?
Inspector Cabanella. He's awake.
My head is spinning, baby. Am I to understand that Cabanella character who just got shot is me?
Ah, that's right.
And you're supposed to be the scoundrel there who just shot me?
I guess so?
But you couldn't be, could you?
Huh?
After all, the guy in the red suit just walked out the door, right? So, who are you?
I guess I just have to face it. I'm not that Cecil guy. I'm somebody who's searching for himself. That's why I'm here to save you. At the very least, you have information about that guy in red, information I need.
So you came on a rescue mission now, did you? Nothing like that. Nothing like the sound of that, baby. Because there's a very important life here somewhere. A life valuable to this nation. Okay, so do your thing, baby. Oops, one hit the other one. So, are you a manipulator too?
I have ghost tricks, powers of the dead, yeah, but I can't control living creatures.
Anywho, I think you better be very careful. That guy in red is a manipulator. Naturally, he knows about powers like yours. Oh, yeah. If he realizes you're here, things might get a little sticky.
You're right, I'd better be careful. Look at him! There's that something emanating from his body. Is it really the sign of having special powers of the dead?
Well, we wouldn't be able to read the book, but there's the helmet. The kettle's gonna fall to the floor and we might be able to go down?
We gotta wait till he's unconscious. So we can't do anything. We gotta wait till he gets shot and is unconscious. Oh, and I'm up here. I was like, when does it happen again? It happens right there. Oops. Alright, let's get in the kettle and then head down. That's when the first thing that happens. Look around a bit. Oh, this stuff is still the same. Hold up. There's two things of a similar shape there. We're gonna be back here again with Missile later, aren't we? There's two things. Those two hats.
Look at this place. It's blown up. What in the world happened here?
Think I'm starting to remember. Something bad happened here, and now there's another death lying hidden here.
What? Another death?
Didn't I tell you from the start? Didn't I say there's a very important life valuable to the nation here?
I thought you were talking about you.
I'm just a crazy character in a white coat, baby. At least he admits it.
The Pigeon Man! He's down there.
Hey, come to think of it, where's that old pigeon guy?
Can't get into the motor. Oh, we can still reach it. The hoist is... It's only gonna move left and right. We're gonna have to find our way down here. I'm thinking... Gonna go back up here, right? So we have to... Spout lid. What's that gonna do?
That was a real shocker, baby. Didn't he feel that? He grilled his own fish to crispy perfection.
It's just not natural, is it? It's kind of hard to move around here.
He has the same kind of powers you do, after all. If you do anything too obvious, he'll notice you.
Under these circumstances, I don't know if there's a way to save you.
Ouch! Don't admit that right in front of me, baby!
The top of this bookshelf is lined with books. This one on top is bound so precariously, it's a wonder it doesn't fall off. How did the old pigeon guy even reach up here? And I wonder if he makes his pigeon fetch it for him.
I'll just wait and see.
Hey, I'm gonna die all over again, man!
But, what can I do when he's right there watching?
Nothing's gonna get solved just standing around. When in doubt, just keep moving, that's my secret.
Yes, I notice you just keep moving quite a bit. I'll just try going everywhere and I can and look for a path. Man, Cabanella's gonna shoot him. You can tell me we get no control during the fact he gets shot? Well, there's time until, quote, death. But then there'll be another countdown to death, right? See, now would be the time to actually move. He spins it anyways! It looks like it's going to be hard to save you under these circumstances.
I can see that. Here's another thought. How about looking for the very important life valuable to this nation I told you about instead?
Yeah, we know there's the other death, but alright, so we can't stop your death. We have to prevent the other one. Guess we'll just try moving the hoist or something. Maybe it'll actually lower this time instead of staying upright. Hey, what's up? How you doing, Crystals? How have things been for you in general? And you a fan of visual novel games? Because man, this game, I can imagine how much people enjoyed this game when it first came out on the DS. But it was made by the same team that did Ace Attorney, and that was a good series. It's still... Oh, there's no track left. That's how I want to get there. Measuring device. You don't turn that on. Blue blocks. If this opens, it'll slide, right? Yes. Time to... So it was that simple, really. If you know there's something that can be done up there.
Excuse me. Are you awake?
Of course. I never sleep during work hours. Professor, do you recognize me?
There's only one crazy character in a white coat that I know of. He hasn't lost his memory. I'm not the type who likes losing things, but never mind that. Cabanella, this is quite a surprising guest you've brought with you. Pretending like he didn't just blow up the place. Are you talking about me?
Oh, this is a different guy. And I'm his guest, actually. Said he came to rescue us. Unlike you, my sharp friend, he still hasn't gotten his memory back.
Pitiful. Ouch, that hurts. Anyway, now we'll be going back to 4 minutes before your death, in order to change your fate, that is.
But aren't we already in the past, man?
But we can go back even further. I've done it before. I still don't see a path to saving Inspector Cabanella, but if we go back further, maybe I'll find a lead.
Well, here it goes. To save the Pigeon Man! I can't type for crap. You're trying to type 2 words and you still typo them.
How many times do I have to tell you, Professor? This place is dangerous.
They're inspecting his body from the beginning of the game. Oh my gosh.
Don't be daft. I can't leave now. He's completely dead. But just as I thought, I'm getting a reading. This is the source of his powers. If I remove it...
He's not dead. He's just not there. The true form of that manipulator isn't something you can detect. It's a spirit.
Ridiculous. So you figured it all out, huh?
It's like watching the Terminator get up and just look at you. It's gonna like give me some chills. Give me some chills at least.
You're a clever man, Inspector Cabanella.
So it's really true. You're...
I wasted a lot of time tonight because of you, Inspector. But it's all just like you said. I died 10 years ago. This body is just a vessel, a shell. I control everything. This shell, people. Just like I controlled the Justice Minister and Lynn.
So it's true. You were manipulating my baby that time. You made her shoot your shell. But why? Why would you do a thing like that?
To create conclusive evidence, you know, on that security tape. Now she's a murderer too. She'll suffer just like Jal did.
Oh my gosh. So this dude knew, he studied up on Lynn, that's why he called her there, to frame her. This is the ghost trick. The ghost that's tricking everybody. Alrighty.
Now then, Professor. I'm afraid it's time for you to die. I don't have any grudge against you. I'm even grateful to you.
His hair is blocky! His hair is blocky, just like Detective Jowd. They've gotta be related in some way.
Oh yeah? So why don't you let me live then? I'll be leaving this country forever tonight. But before I do, I need to erase all evidence that these powers of mine exist. See, I need to erase all evidence. Along with the contraption in this room. This time, the thing will work the way it was meant to, and it'll all be over. Cuba won't turn this time. He'll shoot his little arrow this way.
Where did that dynamite come from? Professor, look out! That's where he gets all his broken bones.
Dynamite, eh? When the devil did he put that there?
He planned it all out tonight. Having my baby shoot him, having his corpse disappear.
His corpse disappeared? That guy.
That medical examiner, remember him? He was a complete and utter imposter.
I mean, we knew he was gonna do something bad, but in what way? So that's why they were working together with Bad Cecil. We tagged around this entire game with Good Cecil.
He said he was going to take the corpse back to the lab, but he'd already made a deal with the manipulator to meet him and give him the body back.
Where's Manipulator the whole time? And who's Ray? Who's the cat?
But I wasn't going to let that happen, baby!
You saw through their plan, eh?
I noticed right away the medical examiner didn't know the first thing about examining a body. I knew he was a fake, so I tracked him down and bought him off.
Bought him off?
I had him smuggle the corpse to this room.
Dynamite's there.
I thought we could find the source of his powers. Of course, never in my wildest dreams did I think his abilities were powers of the dead.
Anyway, there isn't much time. He's leaving the country before dawn. And I'm gonna follow him. Of course, after I save you two. But something's been nagging at the back of my mind. I remember what Ray said to me tonight. He said that spirits cease to exist when the day breaks. But if that's true, how could a spirit from 10 years ago still be here?
No time for thinking now, baby. Action is the name of the game. Work your magic and take us back even further into the past.
That's what I was thinking. It's not awake yet. Can we even touch that? Oh, it's the measuring device. What do we do? Bowling balls over there. Something even further down. We are so coming back to this location tonight with Missile. Alright, man. Jump in there and stop that explosion, would you?
Easy enough for you to say. Foolish of you to say, too. If you stop the explosion, he'll just do me in some other way.
Fair enough, then jump in there and take care of the man in red, would you?
I repeat, easy enough for you to say, and most likely impossible to boot. That huge explosion didn't even make him bat an eye.
Well then, what do you propose then, Professor, pray tell?
Your best bet is to save me during the explosion without him noticing. Easy enough for you to say. Sheesh, what's with all these people?
Anywho, jump in there and do something!
We just gotta open this door, don't we? Examine the measuring device.
What in the world is this thing? This device has that meteorite data entered into it. If it detects Temsic radiation, it responds.
Really? The meteorite is what is granting the powers. That body can stay alive because the meteorite shard is etched into it. That's why the ghost can last, because the radiation is in the shard that's inside the body. Holy crap. And that's why Missile was finally able to gain powers. Because Missile died right in the park. Which is right where good Cecil died. Whoever this good Cecil is. Okay.
Got that, kid? Isn't it a lovely thing?
I guess sometimes it's important to not to think about things too much. What a sorry pair. Fool! What do you think you're doing? I just thought I'd try it out. If you do, you're going to set the contraption in motion. Oh yeah. I just thought. He just thought he'd blow me up is what he thought. Oops, that was my bad. But there aren't a whole lot of things I can use my tricks on in this room.
Nope. There is something down by his feet, though.
As you perhaps have already noticed, time is running out, baby.
Yeah, no perhaps about it, I know. But, you know, there aren't a whole lot of things I can use my ghost tricks on in here. It looks like it's all over. Unless I find another path, I'm sort of at a deadlock here.
I was saying Cecil. Cecil, help me.
Where are you?
Find me before I'm carried away. What would the frail-sounding call for help?
He's here somewhere.
Who's he?
A friend of yours?
Alright, it's, Missile's here, okay.
Yep, a little guy that looks a little fragile but has strength that surprise you.
Well, he's asking you to find him. Before he's carried away, no less.
But I'm almost out of time. Should I look for him?
Tire. The question is, how do you get to him then? I have to do like a rewind. Cecil.
There he is again.
Farewell. Sounds like your little pal was carried away.
Where was he? Maybe you should have tried to find him somehow.
Maybe you should have looked around, you know, from corner to corner, baby.
Now what? Maybe I should start over?
Yeah, we'll start over. See how that play out. What's going on? Literally rats. Alright, when he walks off of it, we're gonna open this up.
I may look small. He's like, Professor didn't have anything to do with it. I may look small, but I'm pretty heavy set. He sounds so proud of that fact, too.
This door, such a pity. Too bad it doesn't open downward. Sometimes life can be so hard. Wouldn't you agree, Professor?
Yeah, and that's why we're both dead. A door that opens downward, eh?
Yeah, he never gets off the door long enough. Alright, I'll check to see if there's a core inside the Cupid. It's in the trash can. And the rats are gonna walk away with it. Bromp, 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 bromp. No.
Stop this toy from spinning, I can hold the contraption. But that won't really solve anything. There's a smart boy. If you stop the explosion, he'll just find another way to get me. And it would probably give away the fact that you're here too.
Yeah, we have to not stop it.
It has to be done. Deal with it.
Yeah, I'll deal with it if I can just figure out how to get somewhere. He's right there.
Cecil, here I am!
Oh, hey, it's...
Missile!
What are you doing there?
Do you really have to ask? Seriously? Are you really going there?
No, that's okay. Never mind. Anyway, I need your powers. Will you help me out?
Of course! Here, let me come join you.
Move to that corner. It was that simple. Just look at it. He'll be okay. Okay.
Okay, here I am, Cecil.
Now maybe things will flow in a new direction.
Even though the flow of the sewer is a little bit stinky.
Alright, we're swapping the missile. Toy cake. There's a lamp, a ball. Telephone. The bowling ball doesn't have a core. We're not leaving this room. But that other stuff still exists.
Do you remember how to use my powers?
Yeah, you can swap things that have the same shape, right?
Well, to be precise, I can swap things that look like they have the same shape.
What's the difference?
I was being carried by the wind and falling into the river. I realized something. If you look at things from different angles, it looks different.
You know, that's a pretty good point for a little doggy who came in with the sewage.
Toy cake is definitely the way to go, but...
Huh.
Okay, I need to look around a bit more, but... Things that are similar in shape. We're swapping the door, right? We're swapping the door with something, but what are we swapping it with? Alright, you know what? Actually... See, so I need you to move. Go here. Can't make it from there. Alright, see, so you're going up into the measuring device, probably. Let things play out a bit. Try to figure this out. Oh, it already fired.
Okay, let's stop that explosion.
No, we can't do that.
Okay, let's take care of the man in red then.
No, we can't do that either.
Well, we can't do this. We can't do that. What can we do?
We let the explosion happen. Then we rescue the old pigeon guy without the red man in red noticing. And your powers are the key to all of it, Missile.
Alright, but then how do I get up there? If we just change things that are similar in shape, we gotta open that toolbox. But how do we get to the toolbox?
Oh, I don't know about that, but I'll do my best.
We're talking about a matter of seconds. We can't miss our chance.
Toy cake. It's almost as if it's gotta, like, go up to the, I'm gonna check one more time to see if there's a way to move around, but... Is there any way we can get Cecil to the tire? Wrong button. No, it just knows they're two. They're very dissimilar. Man, Cecil can't even, like, get places. Got missile now, but jeez.
We can do it, Cecil. I know we can.
I'm going from the beginning. Trying to see if there's anywhere I can move. I'm just thinking, I feel like I gotta open up the toolbox. Never get any closer than we do than when he moved to the one side. Okay. Now you have to watch it out, huh? There really is nothing you can do there, huh? We gotta look for good boy to show up. It happens in the moment that the arrow fires. Oh, this is nuts. Ball looks like it has to go somewhere. Trash can lid? Ah, let's move it over here to them. Those squeaky guys are making a fuss about something.
Cecil! My instincts are starting to surface!
If you mean you want to chase them, I think you have to be alive to do that. Must be some kind of rat feast in that trash can. Those things usually make a bigger commotion than that. Bigger commotion, eh?
Yeah, like the books and the newspapers are gonna swap. We're really gonna swap the trash can lid with the,
Now that's what I'd call some proper commotion.
They're making that trash can dance.
Truth be told, I feel a bit like dancing now myself. It's getting harder and harder to hold my wild instincts back.
Oh, what a dangerous bunch.
swamp it before it falls over. And... that would be the moment, but I guess they want me to do it during 0? Alright, so we already know what the answer is now, at least. Okay, simple enough. We just let Missile do all the work. I like the way those rats are animated, though. Thank you. Oh. Also swap me in there, please. Cool.
Sorry, little pigeon. As for you, Inspector, I have a little job for you.
I can't move. I think I have 4 or 5 broken bones.
I don't mind. It won't prevent me from manipulating you. It might make it hurt a little bit when I move you, though. Quite a bit, actually.
Damn you!
Ooh. Probably fell down like Ginsburg is back.
I can't believe it. You lot actually pulled it off. Sorry, Inspector Cabanella. I couldn't do anything to help you.
And there I am, a poor broken heap of arms and legs. But no matter, I enjoyed the show. The magic disappearing act, that is. Nothing like it, baby.
Yeah, except, unlike a normal magic trick, I'm the one that managed to vanish without a trace here. What's the matter? You look like you'd rather be dead. Not that you aren't.
I was just remembering the fact that, right about now, the real me has given the poor Justice Minister a real fright.
Oh, that phone call. Yeah, he was pretty upset.
Excuse me, mister? You really shouldn't be mean like that. And what's this lively little creature?
Oh, this little doggy is the warrior who keeps Camilla safe. Or he would be, if he was actually still full of life.
Camilla? God in heavens, what a terrible thing! That poor little girl taken hostage.
It's a cruel twist of fate indeed.
Wait, just a minute. Miss Camilla is... a hostage? Yes, we're sorry, little warrior. Miss Camilla, a hostage? What's a hostage?
Anyway, Inspector Cabanella, it's time to save your life now.
You couldn't get very far when you tried before, am I right? But this time it's different, right, Cecil?
That's right. With us working together, it's a whole different situation. We'll save the Inspector in white, and then we'll go rescue Camilla, okay?
Okay, let's hurry up and get through this. Gee, kids, you're making me feel like an afterthought.
Well, yeah, I want to kind of shut everything off. Alright, let's get started. Inspector Cabanella is upstairs, so our first step is to get up there.
Cecil, you go up first, and wait. Cecil, I'll go up first and wait for you.
Okay, lovey dove, we need your help. Carry this measuring device upstairs. It has Mr. Ghost in it, so don't drop it. There we go.
There you are, Cecil.
Sorry for the wait, Missile. 4 minutes from now, the inspector will be killed by a gun.
You just jump in there and stop him from firing, would you?
There you go again with that stuff. Besides, it doesn't make any sense. If you stop him from firing, he'll just kill you some other way. Wait a minute. That sounds familiar. Yup, same situation as mine. Your best bet this time around is allow him to shoot and then save Cabanella without him noticing. Ew, it's even worse than last time.
Anywho, jump in there and do something. Okay, I'm ready to jump in, Cecil. Don't forget, whenever you want to use my powers, just tap ZR.
Can we get to microscope? Photos. A knit hat. Guess you have to let time pass a bit. So we can't get up off the floor until the kettle falls down. We can't swivel until we get over there. Can Missile get there from here? Missile, you're top dog. Top dog. Let's run the kettle and we'll figure this out in a moment. Time is passing.
Oh, did you see that?
Oh, he turned around now.
That bad Cecil turned around.
Do you have to call him that? But yeah, maybe this is our chance to try some ghost tricks.
This is the only time he takes his eyes off me, too.
If you have something to do, do it now. Time to take the first steps towards saving the inspector.
Okay, it's close. Move him out of the way. Is there anything we can do over here? Alright, this doesn't allow them to move out of the area. way for... What did they say?
So, Cecil, could you explain something to me? Exactly how did the man in white die?
He got shot with a gun.
Gun, huh? I've always wondered about those things. How can people die when they hear that loud bang?
Huh? Oh, like, do they? I don't remember. Oh, brother. I hope I never lose my memory. Mr. Whitecoat here died because he got shot with a bullet.
Bullet?
A little lump of metal. It proves fatal when it gets lodged in his head.
I get it. It's like a little tiny Mino, right?
Yeah, something like that. I guess. Different shape, though.
No! Wait a second.
In that case, I ought to be able to use my powers on it to save the man in white.
Hey, good news, eh, Whitecoat? Can't anybody here just call me Cabanella?
So... do we have to swap the helmet with the bullet? Him in the face with a book. We'll let it play out and see what other hints they give us then. This would be like in a slightly better location. And Cecil, I might need you to move, but then again, is there any way you... No, Cecil can move now. Yeah, I guess we'll see if there's anything you can do. I'd rather go past this part, though.
Yikes, I'm a little scared right now. Why didn't he die?
Because he's already dead.
Because he's already dead. He died 10 years ago. I knew full well he wouldn't die if I shot him.
Why did you go through the trouble of shooting him at all? Time's almost up. That's enough chit-chat. Now the situation has changed slightly. These last split seconds are our chance. No way.
Cecil's gotta go off to the side. Replacing photos. It's back. We had to move the hat off.
Well, would you look at that? Right on the hook!
I love knit hats so warm, and most of all, soft. Hey, now that I'm looking at it, that is the same shape as the helmet you just knocked down. Aha! Thought so. Oh. He's going to shoot. It's too late.
Again? I'm gonna get shot again?
No, wait. Our chance is coming up.
The last split second, right? Leave it to me!
Would you look at that? The bullet is hanging in midair between the gun and the inspector's forehead.
Now's our chance! I'm hearing the bullet right now! Let's swap this little thing with something else! What?
It's our only hope. There's gotta be something here in the same shape and direction as the bullet.
Well, got that in almost 10 to 1 try. Nice. That was tough. I knew he'd be here with Missile.
I don't think he noticed. Looks like you pulled off another magic disappearing act.
And now I say again, I love knit hats, so warm and most of all, soft. Did I do all right?
You did a fine job, little one. You saved another life.
And I'll keep doing it too, over and over. Missile's best boy.
What I saw in just these 4 minutes gave me all the answers I've been looking for.
All our research these past 10 years pales in comparison, right, Professor?
So you two were working together?
That's about the size of it, yeah. Who would believe a story about a manipulator? So we pursued it ourselves, just the two of us.
I'm quite a crazy character myself, after all.
Okay, let's hurry back to our time. We have to rescue Miss Camila.
You're right, Missile. There's a certain guy I have to follow, too.
He's just sitting there like, oh my gosh.
After completing his revenge on Inspector Cabanella, the man in red left. And now a new story is about to unfold in a new present. How are you feeling, you old crazy character?
Hey there, Professor. We're both alive, I see. Yeah, nothing like it, baby. But I don't know if I'm getting old or what. I've got a few aches and pains here and there. Used to be a little thing like an explosion wouldn't bother me.
Oh yeah, right. Like I'm going to believe that. So what? The guy in red is gone, eh?
Just in case, I posted special investigation units all around the building. Let's just pray the boys come through for us. Damn it! You picked a bad time not to listen to me, body of mine.
That'll be next. So let's see what we see.
Well, it looks like both of their deaths were erased. Unfortunately, in the case of the Inspector in white, I can't call it a complete success. But in any case, these two have the information I need to start tracking the manipulator. I'd better talk to them.
If I knew things were going to end up like this, I would have tried to die in that explosion, baby. That way I could have been dancing after Big Red by now.
I might be able to erase deaths, but it's true I can't do much about injuries. But really, you shouldn't talk that way.
Yeah, sorry. I suppose you're right. I just hate feeling so helpless. It was right there within my grasp. All of our plans were resting on tonight, and then this had to happen.
Guess he's thinking about his spotless record. It's not too late, Inspector. We still have a chance. Maybe I can catch him.
Say, you're right. That's not a bad idea. I'll cooperate with you fully. Go ahead and fire away with any questions you like, Mr. Ghost.
So that guy mentioned revenge. Revenge against the people who stole his life away 10 years ago.
He's a fool. He's the one who made the decision to take that little girl hostage.
And he wound up dead. Yeah, he's the one who decided. There we go. He only has himself to blame. But what about when he said this? I was murdered. By all of you! Detective Jowd, who forced me into a corner. Lynn, the girl, was playing in the park. And finally, you, Inspector Cabanella. If you hadn't done what you did, I never would have pointed a gun at that kid.
Yes, 10 years ago on that day, the Special Investigation Unit was working on a certain big case. He hauled in a young man, an important witness to our investigation. And then I did it. I made 2 very stupid mistakes.
Detective, I'm telling you. Detective,
The typo? Bit of a typo.
Detective, I'm telling you, I don't know anything about it.
Fine. You're under no obligation to talk, of course. But if you don't, the Special Investigation Unit can make the rest of your life a living hell.
But
I'd just been assigned to the Special Investigation Unit, you see. They didn't share much info on big cases with a newbie like me yet, and I wanted to impress them. It was only supposed to be a simple matter of taking his statement. But I was too green. I pushed him too hard. I drove him into a corner and made him lose all hope. That was my first mistake. And then I made another mistake on top of that. See, it's like, Cabanella, got a minute? The chief wants to see you about your report. It could be Jowd, but it's hard to say. Got it. I'll be right there. You stay right here and be a good boy now. And that's when I did it. I left it behind in the interrogation room. My gun.
how could you?
He used my gun to escape. What he said is true. If I hadn't made that mistake, he never would have had a gun to point at Lynn in the first place. Okay, you messed up pretty bad, Cabanella. Super bad. We first found out about the manipulator's existence during a certain overseas communication.
Overseas communication?
For national security purposes, this country keeps tabs on communications networks. This particular communication was about making a deal with a certain foreign country. He said he wanted them to buy him and his powers. That's how we first heard about him, of course. We didn't know what he looked like at that time. And in order to prove these powers of his, he gave them 2 predictions. He foresaw 2 completely preposterous, impossible cases. The case of a man who would sing national secrets during a live rock concert broadcast, and the case of a man who would take the chief commissioner hostage in his own office.
Those 2 inmates at the special prison, eh?
We kept tabs on their communications and launched an investigation. And then finally we pinpointed where they were going to meet tonight and staked it out. That restaurant, the Chicken Kitchen. The manipulator plans on leaving this country tonight, on a submarine that belongs to the other country in this deal.
Submarine? Submarine?
But we haven't been able to find out where it's going to surface. It's terrifying to think that what would happen if his powers were to fall into their hands.
Right. Highly unlikely they'd use him for peaceful purposes.
And now they have that little girl as a hostage.
Camo.
We have to stop him before he leaves the country!
So this spotless record of yours, is it really that important to you?
Of course, baby. In some ways it's more important to me than my life.
Than your life, eh?
After all, it's because of my record that I'm able to get my hands on all intel as head of the Special Investigation Unit. And because of my position, I get to direct all aspects of the investigation into the manipulator case.
The manipulator case? That's why you cared about your record so much?
Of course! Why else, baby? I just never could believe it, man. Jowd shooting Alma. I didn't care that he confessed. There was definitely something more to the story. Some secret. Cabanela wasn't the bad guy. I did everything I could to climb the ladder. Everything in my power. And then I finally found the answer. It took 5 long years, though. The manipulator. He's going to prove that Jowd is innocent.
What incredible determination.
So Cabanela was on the good side after all.
There's one thing I just don't understand.
So Cabanela had his hands tied. He had to go about things in specific ways to keep his record quote spotless, but he wasn't doing it to move up. He was moving up moving up was the means to an end. The end being proving Jowd innocent. But he had to look like the bad guy to do it. Huh. Let me see you, Cabanela. Let me see you there.
But yeah, there's just one thing I don't understand. If you were so determined to help Detective Jowd, why didn't you help him escape from prison?
That's an easy one, baby. Escaping from prison is a crime. I wasn't about to help him commit a crime after spending 5 years trying to prove him innocent. And he himself asked to be executed, you know. As a man of the law, I had to make sure the execution was stopped legally. And that's why I brought him before the Justice Minister, too. I needed to buy as much time as I possibly could, baby.
So that's it, eh? But there's one little unfortunate result of all this. Lynn completely misunderstood your intentions.
Ha! What's a little misunderstanding? My baby will come around, give it time. But there are more important things to do with our time tonight. Yeah. Got a point.
Mr. Superintendent, do you mind if I talk to you for a minute? I haven't always been a junkyard superintendent, you know. I used to be part of the police. The police, huh? Not as a detective, but as a medical examiner. I investigated victims' cause of death. 10 years ago, I was asked to autopsy a strange corpse. Hit by a meteorite fragment and died instantly. That's what the police report said. There were no signs of life. He was definitely dead. But I never filed an autopsy report. That's because the corpse suddenly vanished, leaving behind only one clue. An unusual corpse. Or no, an unusual corpse. I bet that's what I've been chasing all night. Could you tell me more? Yeah, sure. I have an interest in you, recovering your memory and finding your true identity, too. That's the only way I can describe it, too. It was an unusual corpse. He was dead all right, no question about that. But there wasn't a scratch on him. Not a scratch? But I thought he was hit by a meteorite fragment. I don't understand it any more than you do. I was completely bewildered, but then I tried to autopsy him. But when I tried to autopsy him, I was even more puzzled. I couldn't perform the autopsy. You couldn't? What do you mean? The scalpel went in, but I couldn't cut. As soon as I tried to make an incision, it would heal up in the very next instant. And that's how it went. And no scarring or blood either. And I never had the chance to solve the mystery.
That's because the corpse had been vanished on us.
The morgue is well guarded. Nobody could have stolen that body. But there is one way the corpse could have disappeared. Well, what's that?
Gets up and walks out.
It got up, opened the door, and walked out on its own. It got up, walked out on its own. What? He was dead, but he wasn't dead.
We saw it with our own eyes tonight. Not even that explosion could kill him.
He didn't even feel it when he slammed his fist on that stove.
And he also got shot.
The corpse left behind some data from some testing I did. I got some readings for some kind of radiation coming off that body. Radiation? I used all kinds of instruments, but I couldn't determine exactly what kind of radiation it was. Some undiscovered type from a world unknown. Wait a minute, could it be? That's right, it was coming from that meteorite fragment. I went to that park and tested the spot where the meteorite fell, and just as I expected, I detected radiation coming from that crater. It was the exact same pattern of radiation as that of the corpse. At that time, I thought he was some kind of immortal being. He would die only to come back to life. I wanted to research it all in depth, so I quit my job as a police medical examiner. Several years later, I came to learn the connection between my research and the manipulator case, thanks to the arrival of this crazy character here.
Oh, stop now, Professor. Do you want to see me blush?
It was about a year ago, I'd say. This man in white came dancing into my research lab here.
I heard there was an oddball here who's researching Temsic. Is that you, baby?
Who are you to be calling anybody an oddball?
I was investigating the manipulator case then, and then I heard there was a man who'd quit the police force to study the meteorite. When I heard that, it was like a meteorite had struck me on the head. At the time, we were just starting to get leads on this manipulator. We didn't know who he was yet, but we knew he was communicating with a certain foreign country. In one of those communications, we heard the manipulator say this:
"The source of my power is not of this world."
And that's when I put two and two together, baby. The manipulator case and Temsic were somehow connected.
Which also explained how 5 years ago he used his powers to manipulate a birthday surprise a little girl made for her mother.
He added that gun to the contraption, most likely by controlling Camilla.
So that contraption in the basement here. You built that to try and help Detective Jowd.
That's right. Jowd and I worked together back when I was with the Force. I used the reports of his case to try and recreate the device. But there was just one part of it that I couldn't reproduce, no matter how hard I tried.
Camila told Jowd it did something it shouldn't have, made an impossible move.
I added that part to the device I recreated. I put in a part that would allow the Cupid to rotate, otherwise the gun wouldn't fire.
So that must mean somebody manipulated Camila's contraption.
As a result, we proved to ourselves that the manipulator actually existed. Inspector Cabanella! Hey, baby. Sorry about that phone call. I must have sounded like a real villain. I hated to spoil your image of me, of that cool cat inspector you always look up to.
Is that really the image she had of him?
So they explain it all to her. Inspector Cabanella, I'm sorry. I just heard you were chasing after that man all this time to try and help Detective Jowd. This manipulator is such a dangerous character. I was hoping you didn't have to be involved. So that's why you had me arrested tonight, isn't it? Like I always say, if somebody's in the way, throw him in the slammer.
Yikes.
Tonight, we're gonna have ourselves a real bad time. I really thought we finally had him, but my body gave out on me right at the critical moment. It's like a cruel joke. Ha 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 ha! But a joke is a joke. You might as well laugh. Jowd! The minister called off the execution order, and while he was at it, he let Detective Jowd go free until tomorrow morning too.
That's a pretty extreme while he was at it.
Sorry I took so long to get here. You can leave the rest to me. There you go. Oh, I missed it. I hit the button. There you go. There you go again. You've always been like that. You make everybody else run around, then you swoop in at the last second.
Jowd. 5 years ago, you left this coat with me just before you turned yourself in. I promised to give it back to you one day.
I think what they're doing to represent the differences between the past and the present. Being that Jowd still has his prison suit on, but at least he has his jacket, so. It's the little details. I've been waiting so long, Detective Jowd. Waiting for this day to come. Thanks for not giving up on me, Lynn. Okay, I'm off then. Good luck, my old friend. This present you gave me, it's just what I needed. Thank you. Glad you like it. Cecil, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You and I have to go find that man. I need your help. Will you do this with me?
Sure, but how?
We don't know where the submarine is, and the phone line doesn't work. They use communication cables to make their calls. We'll get you hooked up somehow, you'll see. Could you wait here until we do, please? Okay, fine, I'm counting on you. This true self you're looking for. I bet you'll find it soon. Alright, I'm leaving, Inspector Cabanella.
It's almost dawn.
I'm not who I thought I was. I'm actually further from knowing who I am than ever. But now, I
I don't feel so alone. Each one of us, for his or her own reasons, is looking for the truth. Together, I think we can shed light on these mysteries and drive away the darkness. But it's almost dawn. Dang. Alright, we're done with that. Oh, that took place from, is it 2:25 to 3:39? Oh man, they really are running out of time. God, they were so it was 3:35. Now it's 4:19. So that means we're probably going up to chapter 20. Lynn kept her promise about getting me hooked up. About 2 hours before dawn, the phone rang. Hello?
This is Jowd. Sissel, are you listening? We need your powers. No time to talk. We'll be waiting for you.
Well, you'd better get going. This long night is drawing to an end. Yeah, it looks like it. Thank you for all your help tonight. I'm the one who should be thanking you. The other end of the phone line. I'm finally gonna find all my answers. I'd better go.
We're in the last little bits, are we?
A single telephone line connects me and the other Cecil. But that single line spreads out like a spider's web to ensnare the fates of many people.
We're going straight to the suburb, the last chapter?
And I just reached the center of the web.
Oh boy. Welcome to the Yonoa. Detective Jowd? Who said that? Welcome to the Yonoa. Welcome to the Yonoa, Detective Jowd. What should I have for that currently? Right away, sir. Welcome to the Yonoa, Detective Jowd. My detective sense must have gotten rusty. I didn't even sense your presence here in the dark. That's because I switched the power to my mask off, Detective Jowd. I used your phone. Hope you don't mind.
Egad! Never thought you'd track us here, especially seeing as you're a death row inmate.
And I'm equally surprised about your choice of transportation. A submarine, eh?
But how did you find us, my man? Not even the police knew where the Yonoa was going to surface, confound it!
We detectives have a little saying. If there's something you want to know about a case, ask the criminals. His arm is so bent at such a unnatural angle. The bullet the man in red was shot with had a radio transmitter in it. I have a little something for you. Cabanilla has given me some pretty weird presents in the past, but they always prove useful. This one was a radio receiver, made to look like a pocket watch.
Yes. Inspector Cabanella. I hear he's an excellent investigator.
By the way, where is the man in red? I know he's on this submarine somewhere.
Ah, Cecil, you mean?
You!
You can relax. That's nothing but his shell.
His shell, eh?
His spirit isn't here right now. Most likely right about now, he's controlling your daughter.
Please, I beg you, let my daughter go! If you need a hostage, take me. Just please, let her go!
Bah! There's something our nation needs. Cecil has it. That's all we care about, my man. Nothing else matters. However, it would appear Cecil has underestimated us. He's left behind his precious bargaining chip here.
Bargaining chip?
Our nation has already researched it. This product that Cecil has to offer, the source of his powers.
Oh no! They just double-crossed Bad Cecil! What in the world was that?
The Temesic fragment, it gives spirits special powers. And now our deal with Cecil is concluded, as far as we're concerned.
What are you talking about?
Tisk tisk, what a mistake to make. Right at the most critical moment. Now then, Detective Jowd. Farewell. What in the world? The whole room just vanished. Detective Jowd, where did he go? Oh, what now? I think I heard an explosion somewhere. In any case, Lynn and the little lady should be here somewhere. I smell danger. I better find them and fast.
We're gonna be doing stuff with Missile too because we got there's some balls laying around here, so there's gonna be some object swapping.
Telephone's down here.
That's Missile, isn't it?
So, you're here, huh?
It's Missile!
Yes, I think even I remember who you are by now. What do you suppose that shock was a minute ago?
I have no idea, of course. I'm just a little sheltered apartment dog.
Well, with my loss of memory, I can't say I'm much better.
Anyway, let's hurry up and go save Miss Lynn and Miss Camila.
Do you think that trusty nose of yours can sniff them out?
I'm sorry to say I don't think it can.
Why did I even bother to ask? But you do have the power to swap objects. So let's go find that lady detective and the little lady together.
You got it.
Uh-oh.
Oh hey, we got the
Similar lines about. The telephone's ringing.
Wow! It's Miss Camilla, I just know it. That my trusty nose is practically screaming it at me.
I think you'd call that more of a hunch. Anyway, let's get to that phone before it stops ringing.
You bet.
emergency lights. Aha. Pow. We'll just do it again. still off the hook? Well, it won't hang up now.
I think I just heard another little explosion in the distance. I've got a bad feeling about this.
Cecil, look! That black hello! It came off the hook!
Oh yeah, that's right. The hello is his word for phone.
Oh, I better answer it fast.
Where we at? Gonna ghost trick it. Swap over. There we are.
Hello, is anybody there?
It's her, the little lady. It's Cecil, where are you?
Somebody please answer.
I guess she can't hear my voice.
You too, huh? Oh good, I thought she was ignoring me. Somebody help me. Lynn? Lynn is...
Oh, Lynn's dead.
She said Lynn.
Miss Lynn!
We'd better hurry.
Let's go, Cecil!
That's there we go. Death number 5. She's matched you, Sylveon. She's matched you.
It's no use, nobody's answering. Miss Camila! And Miss Lynn! Oh, poor Miss Lynn.
Yeah, she can't seem to catch a break. It looks like another tragedy has happened. Sorry to keep you waiting, little lady.
Sissy, I knew you'd come. Miss Camila, Miss Camila! And Mistletoe, I'm so glad to see you're alright. Well, I wouldn't say I'm alright exactly. Hey, wait a minute. Missile, your voice. I think I remember hearing it somewhere before. What? My voice?
That's right. Miss Camilla has a core now, so that means she did hear Missile's voice before, when he saved her that time.
So that was you, wasn't it, Missile? You're the one who saved me in the park tonight. Thank you. Miss Camila, I'm so glad I was born your little doggy.
Hey, Missile? Could you stay here and watch over your mistress for a while?
Huh? But don't you need my powers?
I'll see what I can do on my own for a while. After all, you're the only one who can protect her.
Okay, I'll do it! Thank you, Missile.
Trick time. Okay, what happened this time? I'd better talk to the little lady a little more. And then, I better do something about the detective lady. Let's talk. Can I talk to you a minute, though?
Yes, Sissy?
Could you tell me what happened to you?
Yeah, actually, what has happened up until now?
Kind of just jumping like right to what feels like the ending. What happened after I last saw you at your old house?
Oh, let's see, after that, I think I fell asleep.
Just in the case, just falling asleep.
I woke up to the sound of an engine.
So she was already in the submarine by then, eh?
I thought to myself, I have to escape. Next thing I knew, I found myself in this big room. I was so tired, I couldn't move. And then... Camila! I was so relieved. I don't remember what happened after that.
Oh, she must have passed out, the poor thing. You've been through so much. You are very brave.
I think Lynn's probably been through more than me.
You've both been brave.
Good way of putting it, Cecil. Good way.
Oh, Cecil, you're here.
Lynn, what in the world happened here?
I don't know.
Huh?
I just sort of blacked out all of a sudden. Next thing I know, I was dead.
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't know in that case.
Where's Detective Jowd? Is he alright?
I don't know.
Huh?
The room he was in just disappeared all of a sudden.
Now it's all making even less sense than before. After we left the super's office, we followed after the man in red. We tracked him with that radio transmitter Inspector Cabanella fired into him with the bullet. The man in red took a boat out to sea from a small harbor on the edge of town. Detective Jowd and I managed to secretly stow away on his boat, and then we sneaked onto the submarine with him when it surfaced. Before long, the submarine dove back down again. Detective Jowd and I decided to split up. He would take care of the telephone line, and I would look for Camila. I found Camila hiding here in the engine room. She had escaped and run away here.
Ah, that's quite an adventure. What happened next?
I don't know.
Huh?
There was a flash of white all of a sudden. Next thing I know, I was dead.
Oh boy. Sounds like it'd be quicker for me to see for myself.
Alright. Going on back.
Going on back. Going on back. Camila, are you okay?
She's being manipulated.
Hello, Lynn. Or is it Detective now? It's been 10 years since we last met. Are you really that man from the park 10 years ago? Well, I see there's no need to introduce myself. Give Camila back! She has nothing to do with any of this! Afraid I can't do that. This is my last chance. The phone is ringing. It's not for me. Nobody ever calls the dead.
Boy.
The fact that you're here means that my revenge plan has failed. Revenge plan? It didn't happen tonight, did it? His execution. Well, knowing him, I half expected as much. That's why I was waiting here like this, waiting for him to show up. Wouldn't it be just what he wanted, to be executed by his own daughter? I heard about 10 years ago. I feel sorry about what happened to you. But revenge? Nobody could possibly know what I've... What in the world? An explosion? Oh, I've got a bad feeling about this. Have I been had?
Indeed you have.
Yeah, look out!
And it conks her out.
Revenge, huh? That's a feeling I just can't understand.
Of course not. You're not him.
She's right. I'm not him, am I?
He was going to shoot Detective Jowd as Camila when he came to rescue her. It's just too horrible.
Anyway, let's bring you back to life. Again.
You didn't have to add the again part.
She's got a point.
So let's see. The cause of death this time
Was that mysterious explosion?
You're pretty up for a dead woman.
You know detectives love a good mystery. It's like a shot of vitamins. And what do you mean for a dead woman?
Anyway, I guess we should look for a way to stop that explosion.
Alright, let's do this thing. Finding clues is like a dose of minerals to a detective.
Just keep making the same pun, huh?
I'm afraid with my memory loss, I have no idea what vitamins or minerals are.
Still can't get anywhere. Not yet, at least. When she moves forward and points the gun, that's when we get there. We've got to do everything at the last second instant again. Now we can.
Hey, we somehow managed to knock down the receiver. Somehow managed? Who's to say that's not how I planned it? Come on, hurry, now's our chance to get on the phone. It might be Detective Jowd. She's right, I better check it out.
Hello? Anybody there? Anybody still there? Get yourself here on the double! We're about to head out! Speak up, why don't you answer? Anyway, come if you're coming, we're leaving! More one, but we'll go see what's going on over there, because, something's up. See what's, like, what causes the explosion. So it came from the barracks, okay. So it must be true what they say! That there are restless ghosts on board! It's torpedoes. That does it! I promise to turn over a new leaf, Mom!
Who is he calling restless ghosts? Well, it's true, neither one of us is really resting in peace. Anyway, it looks like that sub just lost one of its crew.
Guess that means the fate of this sub has changed slightly.
Cecil has underestimated us. He has left behind his precious bargaining chip here.
Bargaining chip. Maybe should have been the phone after this fact.
It's Detective Jowd, what's going on there? I saw this little deal go down once before. In just a moment, the man in red is about to get his Temsec fragment taken away.
We're gonna stop the Temsec fragment from being taken, are we? Turn this valve.
It's happening. It sure seems like it should do something. Maybe it's just some kind of ornament. It won't budge. Maybe it's broken? Well, I guess I don't have to lower it right now. If I ever had to move it, I could probably get Lynn to do it for me.
What's he saying?
I don't get it. What's happening? They decided to conclude the deal without the other party present. They're just going to go ahead and steal the Temsec fragment. Huh? But that's cheating! I think we have more important things to think about right now. Where's the Temsec fragment going to go?
Darn, can't get anywhere now. Get the places, but this is where we need to be. They're all shoved in there.
Ah, the Temsec fragment. You're mine at last. The objective has been achieved. Now we detach the control room as planned.
Yes, sir. Farewell, sir.
See, so what just happened? The whole room just disappeared with Detective Jowd in it.
Don't worry, Lynn.
I bet Detective Jowd can take care of himself. The main thing right now is rescuing you and the little lady. I can't believe this is happening. Now then, I'd better hurry along, before Cecil discovers what he's lost and comes after me. You know I will be his coffin. May it lie buried here in the deep sea forever. Farewell, Cecil.
The fact that everyone is all just leaving in that. Okay, so I guess we are getting multiple chapters.
Aha, so that's the cause of the giant explosion.
Huh? What is?
Don't tell me that's another thing you've forgotten. The torpedo, it's like... Well, you've heard of a missile before, haven't you?
Yeah, sure. But a different missile comes more readily to mind.
It looks like he plans to sink that submarine with the thing. With that thing. This is not good. We have to do something before that torpedo is fired.
There's no time, it's gonna launch!
Don't worry, we can still find a way to stop it.
What? How?
Even if the torpedo does launch, we just have to stop it from detonating, right? There's still something we can do, I hope.
Why was that I hope at the end part, at the end, the strongest part of that sentence?
Okay, here goes.
We're really getting inside the torpedo. No way.
I came along for the ride without giving it too much thought. Was this really the best move?
I think so. We just have to keep it from going off, right? I'm sure this poor little rat will thank us too.
How in the world did it get in here?
I think these outside parts are supposed to be weights of some sort.
The spinning black things, right?
Apparently their spinning helps the torpedo maintain its balance. They must be pretty heavy.
What if we can use these weights to our advantage somehow?
Do you know how torpedoes work?
No, I can't say I do. My detectives sure know a lot. Wow, detectives sure know a lot.
I saw it explained once in a book. On impact, the fuse in the tip is depressed. That in turn sets off the detonator.
Detonator, huh? That must be that red button. So how do we stop it?
They didn't explain anything about that in the book.
My detectives sure know a lot. Or not.
We need to examine that.
This was like just the thing. If we clamp this thing on the fuse, it should keep it from moving.
So what does that mean exactly?
It means we might be able to stop the torpedo from exploding with this.
I have to admit, I don't understand all the details, but I do want to give it a try.
Before we can do that,
So we have to get something out of the way first, huh?
How do we get it out of the way?
yeah, this is probably the detonator. Hey, don't press it, the torpedo will explode.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, better be careful.
But you know, there should be a safety device around here somewhere.
A safety device, huh? That sounds promising.
Ain't very confident.
We have to put the safety on before this thing blows up.
But
It's a stubborn old thing, isn't it? Quite a worthy adversary.
You do know the rat isn't the main focus here, don't you?
Okay, true. Okay, true. But until it's out of the way, we can't set the safety device.
You're right. If only our missile was here right now.
I have to get this little creature to leave somehow.
Oh, that was easy enough.
Great, we dumped the little creature off.
Wow, those weights were heavy enough to turn the whole torpedo over. Now for that safety device.
Yes, please. Just seconds left.
There, we clamped on the safety device.
We did. That should keep the torpedo from exploding. But there's just one problem.
Problem? What's that?
The torpedo is still going to impact. We can't do anything about that.
Uh-oh.
What was that noise?
It looks like the torpedo still hit the submarine.
But it looks like the submarine is still okay. This changes everybody's fate, including that little rat's. Cecil, we did it! Or Cecil, we did it! What's the matter? You still look unhappy.
We stopped the torpedo from blowing up. But we still opened up a gaping hole in the submarine.
You're right, I guess that's just what missiles do. They're unstoppable.
Huh? Am I hearing things?
Yeah, that text was all green.
That's what missiles do. They're unstoppable.
Well, certain dog is unstoppable, that's for certain.
Anyway, I guess we'd better get back to the present as quickly as we can.
Right, I'm worried about Camilla. Camila.
Campbell the Bandit. How's she doing?
We managed to stop death for now, but it hasn't disappeared altogether. It's now slowly but surely filling the room. Uh-oh. Water is seeping in through the hole where the torpedo hit. I've got to get them out of here. I'd better go meet up with Lynn.
We have to do something, don't we?
The lights went out, but this machine apparently still works. Fortunately, I guess it won't run for very long. Maybe I can use its movements to help me create a path.
That's what I was thinking.
Each of the three machines is equipped with a fan. Now that I take a closer look, it appears there are two sizes of fans. Better hurry over to Lynn, it's not safe to stay here. And I just don't have the power to stop that water from coming in.
Yeah, there's two sides to the torpedo. Can't even move between fans. They're expecting me to do.
Weird. There we go. Thank you. This thing goes up. Camilla's awake.
Lynn? Camilla, you're awake. How do you feel? I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I pointed that gun at you. Don't worry about that. That wasn't you. Miss Camilla! Oh, Missile, you're here. Oh, poor Miss Camilla. Miss Lynn, what shall we do? We have to get out of here before any more water comes in. Sissel should be along any second. I knew Sissy would come. And Missy is here, too. I'm so happy everybody's going to be with me now.
With you when you die. Oh, she fell asleep.
Camilla! Miss Camilla! I'll get you out of here. If it's the last thing I do. Oh, I think I'm going to cry.
Or whimper, as the case may be. I'd better send a signal to Lynn that I'm here before it's too late.
Oh, look at that flashlight. It's Cecil. He's here. It's Cecil. I'm glad you're here, Cecil.
Sorry for the wait. It looks like this room is going to fill up with water fast. We better get out that door as quick as we can.
We won't be getting out that door, I'm afraid. The water pressure is too great already. I can't open it.
What? What does water pressure mean?
Think of it as the force of water holding the door closed. The water level keeps getting higher and higher in here.
So the only way out of here is up, huh?
Exactly.
Okay, got it. Let's look for a path that goes up.
There's just the ladder. Hey, look at that ladder. I wonder if we can get it down somehow.
Good idea, let's try.
Oh, and by the way,
Yes?
I can't swim. Neither can Camilla.
Don't you have any good news for me?
Let me think about it in the meantime. Could you hurry, please? Yeah, there must be a switch or something somewhere that lowers the ladder. Provided the person who designed the sub didn't miscalculate the ladder length.
I didn't even consider that possibility.
And I have to warn you, I can't swim. Neither can Camilla.
Yeah, you already told me. Let's see. Now look at the glove. That's gonna be it. Cool.
You did it, Cecil. Thanks.
Properly animated.
Eek!
Oh, that almost knocked her right off.
What was that?
It looks like the water seeping in isn't the only thing we have to worry about.
Huh? Cecil, the flashlight doesn't work anymore.
Hey, don't get mad at me.
Maybe the contacts are bad or something. Hey, I know. You can fix it with your powers.
Okay, Val, that's just taking things too far. But she's got a point. You could force it to work.
Oh, hey, great! Did you used to be an electrician in your past life or something?
That's a cruel question considering the circumstances. Now, all we have to do
is get to that door and we're safe.
Uh-oh.
Oof.
Oh,
Oh, she hit her back pretty hard. I'm feeling. We're gonna put that in the ouch department. They're gonna be out for a bit. Alright, so the submarine kind of just tipped over. Not 100% capsized, though.
What happened now?
It looks like the submarine decided to rear up on its hind legs. Looks like it decided to rear up on its hind legs.
I can't believe we're still okay after that fall.
Either we're really lucky or we're dead and we just haven't realized it yet. Oh, come on now, as if the latter could be true.
What now? Water sure is rising fast.
Come on. I just have to go up to the top. Let's see how I can help with my ghost tricks. Well, I think I see a familiar flame over there.
Cecil, there you are! How's it going?
How's it going? I'd say it was going pretty badly. You do understand how dangerous the situation is, don't you?
Of course, after all. Just as anybody who knows me about how much I hate taking a bath.
Maybe he's been in danger of drowning before himself. Okay, ready to create a path for these ladies?
Of course!
Different fan sizes, huh? Figure out something. Might have to swap all the fans out. Can't. Just out of reach. Oh my goodness, this is very interesting, isn't it? I'm not even certain where to begin. Well, I guess we'll see what Cecil has to say.
Oh, okay, Cecil. What do we do? I'm ready.
Here's the little doggy who's raring to go after his rest. We have to create a path that will get Lynn up to the top fast. So we look for anything and everything we can move and try things out.
How about if we tip the whole submarine?
If we could do that, there wouldn't be any problem.
Well, in any case, I'm ready and raring to go.
Yeah, let's talk to her real quick.
Go up is easier said than done when I'm holding Camila.
I know, we're gonna try and create a path for you somehow.
The water just keeps on rising. Please hurry.
Oh, and by the way, did I ever tell you? You can't swim, neither can Camila.
Oops, I already said that, didn't I? Okay, well, good luck.
Just putting it lightly. Cecil can move now. So... different size fans, huh? Alright, Cecil, we're gonna turn this thing on.
These pistons sticking out right in front of me. It's almost like they're taunting me. Maybe it's a challenge? It might be just that. Think you can climb them? If I was only Camilla, I could probably do it easily. Sissel, you're not telling Miss Lynn to leave poor Miss Camilla behind, are you? Could you just be quiet for a minute, Missile? Those pistons sure do look like they could be used to our advantage. Alright. Anyway, we gotta get the, trying to create stairs. There, how about that? Oh, this is great, you made a staircase for me. You'd better hurry, I don't think the water's gonna wait for you. Cool, alright. Figured that one out. Uh-oh. We gotta swap pipes, huh? And the steam is getting in the way. It's too hot to get through. What? What? Huh. And there's no way to go around either. Think you can do something? Of course we can! We have to. Let's get Cecil up here somehow. Just reach. There we go. Piston again. Let's see what's that. So, by closing this valve, I shut off the steam flow to that first pipe. Here comes that water again. Oh, I wish I could drink it all up for you. No, Missile, it's too salty. I think the more relevant point is that he's dead, so he can't drink it. Whatever, just do something about this steam. Leave it to me, Miss Lynn. Thanks, Missile. Miss Cecil. Let's get back in the fire extinguisher. Missile time. Do things in a weird manner. And I'm not trying to talk. That can't swap it. Look at this, if I swap the pipes! Changes how the steam comes out, huh? I get it, because the cracks in each pipe are different, right? So each pipe sprays out, out the steam in a different way, eh? I bet that will come in handy. Oops, let me hit the button. How do they... Well, that 2 swaps. Unlock the same background, same challenge. There. How does that look? It looks great. All that horrible steam is cleared out of the way.
Okay, it's not far now. Try to move forward.
Look up there. If I can just make it to that door, we can escape. Now, how in the world am I going to get up there?
Don't yell at me.
If you want to yell, you can yell at me. Missile, how can I yell at you when you're so sweet about it? Missile, how can I yell at you when you're so sweet about it?
I think you just did.
Let's look for something to pull Miss Lynn up with.
Yeah, something to whisk Miss Lynn up and glide her ever so gently to the top.
Hey, are you being sarcastic?
So I just need you to move for a second. Here, go into there. Distributing panel. Alright, hook.
Alright, now this is what I'm talking about.
Here goes the water. It's locked, huh?
Sorry, I can't do it. Open it, hurry!
Is that any way to ask for something? It's no use. I can't budge it. It must be stuck.
Oh no!
Sure, we'll get the missile on the case. We'll swap the door out with something.
No!
Missile, get up here. What just happened? I can't believe my eyes. Lynn, the little lady, suddenly vanished, leaving only darkness and seawater. The submarine continues to sink down into the deep, deep sea. But I still want to try and make my way up as far as possible. We're literally going to get in the missile and shoot up, aren't we? Or what's the second missile? I still want to head up to find a single ray of light. Light to illuminate the truth at the bottom of this deep, deep darkness. It's already 5:10. There's not a lot of time left for Cecil. I have to go to the restroom too, but I need to find out what's going on here. The upended submarine continues to sink slowly but surely. A long, long journey to the bottom of the sea. Lynn and the little lady found the darkness and the salt water closing in on them, but at the very last second something saved them. Now it looks down at them quietly. My head is filled with one giant question. What in the world is this thing?
Yeah, what?
I think made a...
It's the manipulator. It's bad, Cecil.
I see you managed to survive, detective.
Hey, you're...
Excuse my appearance, I seem to have lost my body. Oh, and you there. You're the ghost who's been saving Lynn all evening, aren't you? You knew about me all along? Of course! What else would explain all those unnatural things happening?
If you knew, how come you didn't do anything about it all this time? And how come you decided to save us all of a sudden? I thought you wanted to get revenge on us.
I don't really know. Oh, please, you gotta tell me. I need to know. Who in the world are you?
Cecil, look at you. What happened?
I can't hold on to that image of myself any longer. You can't remember who you are? That's right. I came all this way tonight trying to chase down my lost memory. For quite a bit of tonight, I thought I was you, Cecil. Cecil? My name isn't Cecil. I bet you'll remember really soon. Who you are, and who I am, too. What? Oh no, YouTube, what are you doing? Eric, how are you not receiving enough? Oh my gosh, YouTube. Now it's not the time to be acting up, YouTube. We're in the middle of this thing. There was only a small thing that dropped frames. Wasn't that much, but the bitrate's still right where it should be. YouTube and Verizon, just do me a favor, just stop being bad. Alright. The man in front of me is not me. I'm even further away from the truth. Or maybe not. Something is stirring in my mind. A memory about to emerge. Do I know this man? Now that I've shed my image of myself, I feel like I'm one step closer to the truth. Oh good, the thing went away. They got us good. It's all over for this submarine. Its engine room is destroyed, it's a hole in the hull, and it's sinking as we speak. What are you doing here? I thought you had to deal with those people. They betrayed me. I was a fool to trust them. They already have what they wanted now. The Temsic fragment. I didn't know they had it all figured out. You mean they figured out the source of your powers? Yeah, that meteorite's radiation has two effects on living creatures. It gives power and time. If you don't mind, we'd like to hear more. These 10 years, I've been watching that junkyard superintendent do his research, and I think I've kind of got some of it figured out. The meteorite's radiation gives spirits special powers, like possessing and manipulating objects.
And in my case, swapping objects.
Exactly. Apparently there are individual differences in the powers we get, and it seems these powers change as time goes by. They do? Yeah, my powers have changed over these past 10 years. At first, I could only manipulate small living creatures. Now then, how do you suppose we got these powers? It's simple. It is? How then? You died in the park. In a nutshell, we died while exposed to the energy emitted by the meteorite. It's radiation.
That's what it does? Dying will be exposed to the radiation?
On that day 10 years ago, his powers were so strong because he had meteorite embedded in him. dies in the same position, too. A fragment of that meteorite pierced my heart, and I died. So, of course, I received special powers.
Hey, wait a minute! Is that how I got my powers, too? You know, you might be right.
Oh, I said that a little while ago.
Bump. Darn.
Aren't the Temsic remnants still right there in the park? At the bottom of the crater?
That's why his powers were so strong, because he died, like, right next to it. You're right. So that must mean I must have died in the presence of the meteorite's radiation, too. Another effect the meteorite's radiation has on us is that it gives us time. Again, I think this time effect is centered around the theme of death. but it's not all that clear. So the fact that I can return to 4 minutes before a person's death is another effect of that meteorite. One of the characteristics of that meteorite is its ability to replay the moment of death. Replay the moment of death? Hark, this is all so strange and confusing, I can't take it all in.
It makes about as much sense to me as anything else.
Yeah, strange and confusing. That just about sums up the object that pierced my body that day. Thanks to that meteorite fragment, my very existence is a contradiction. What do you mean? That day, when the fragment pierced my heart, I lost my life. However, because it remained inside of me, that fragment continued to constantly regenerate my body. In other words, my body was continuously cycling between the moments that separated my life and death.
What?
My body's vital function stopped 10 years ago, but my body's time is perpetually stopped at the moment just before death. Time just stopped, huh? So I simply existed, not really alive, and not really dead. That pretty much sums up these last 10 years for me, ever since that incident in the park. My body hasn't aged a day, my hair hasn't grown an inch. Come to think of it, that old pigeon guy mentioned something. He said he couldn't cut this guy's body with the scalpel. So I guess as soon as an incision was made, his body would be regenerated. Wow. Before I left this country, I wanted to do one thing. I wanted to get revenge on the people who stole our lives. Our lives? As part of the deal, I made these guys promise to cooperate.
Cooperate? You mean the kidnapping?
It all went fine. I manipulated the justice minister and made him issue the execution order. But I thought he might call off the execution at the last second.
So that's why you wanted his daughter kidnapped. But they kidnapped the wrong girl.
Little did I know. They had their own reasons for cooperating with me.
Huh?
Their objective was to wipe out everybody who had to do with Temsic. Detective Jowd was one such person, so they were happy to cooperate.
Cabanella and the pigeon man.
Inspector Cabanella and that junkyard super, they were slated to be wiped out too. And as it turns out,
how'd the dynamite get there?
I was one of their targets as well. So they stole my Temsic fragment, and here I am. But they had one more final target. You, detective.
Me?
Yeah, because you're the last person related to it.
If you weren't there in the park that day 10 years ago, I never would have thought of doing something as stupid as taking a hostage.
Oh, okay. But I was just a little kid playing in the park.
Yeah, I know.
Huh?
10 years later, and you'd become a detective looking into Jowd's case. Tonight, I invited you to a quiet spot on the edge of town. It was a trap, you see. I told you who I was. You never saw my face that day 10 years ago, so of course you didn't recognize me. I took possession of you to make you shoot me. Your subconscious resisted me. Such incredible power. It was the first time I wasn't able to control somebody completely. The aim was off, and the first shot missed the mark.
The mark that was missed killed something else. Was that your favorite game pinned your comment? Wait, what? Nice. Well, hey, congrats. Congrats on that, Dash. So that first bullet killed something else that wasn't... And that's... Is that how we got Cecil? Give me 1 second here. Gosh, if I can type. See something here. So he said, "What's up, dog?" to a 4-year-old trailer. Hey, you know what? Whatever works, right? Whatever works. Congrats on that.
So the junkyard was equipped with security cameras. I knew you'd be wanted for murder. That was my plan anyway. But they had other ideas. They simply wanted you wiped out. But then, something threw a big monkey wrench into their scheme. I showed up. I was supposed to meet up with them after that. But then something went wrong. What happened? My body disappeared. The inspector in white was responsible for that one. My precious bargaining chip was in that body. I had to get it back no matter what. The inspector caused me no end of trouble. Why were those people targeting me?
Phew, pardon me. Had to get a good sneeze in.
You even heard of the Temsic meteorite? Because you were looking into the Jowd case, they thought you would find out about Temsic sooner or later.
I think they're still in the music. Yeah. We're kind of at the real tail end of this story here. It's a good one. This is such a good tale. Sorry, I just gotta go on here with some about colors and whatnot, airbrushing things, and hopefully soon I'll be able to learn airbrushing myself. Okay. So, and that's pretty much the whole story. If you can, I'd recommend Dash, go check out the rest of this. Whether you watch from this channel or another channel, check out this game. You know, watch a playthrough of it. The story is so good. The only thing left to do now is wait for the water pressure to crush this submarine.
Oh no!
There are no cores that link from here to the water's surface.
I have an idea. We hook up the phone line in.
There are no communication cables down this deep. They meant for this submarine to be my coffin, a coffin for the dead. There's no escape. The torpedo! There's a way out.
I think I kind of understand now. What you've been feeling these 10 years.
You what?
This feeling, cut off from the world, all alone in a submarine, sinking slowly toward the bottom of an endless sea. This must be how you felt all along. Lynn?
Ah, Camila's awake.
Camila! Is it true we're stuck here? What? Oh,
You're not.
if my dad were here, I bet he'd save us.
Gotta be away then.
Oh, Camila, I'm so sorry!
That's funny. What is it, Cecil? There's something I don't understand. Why would they go to all the trouble of detaching the control room? What? Why didn't they just steal the Temsig fragment and escape if that's what they wanted? Why did they have to jettison your body off into the sea? That's a good question. But I guess it doesn't matter why now. We'll never find it again. We have no idea where it was launched to.
Wait a minute! Yes, we do! This will tell us where Detective Jowd is.
That present from the Inspector in white.
That's right, Detective Jowd told me to hold on to it for him.
And the bullet is still in that person's this person's body is in the command room, right?
Then we should be able to tell exactly where it is with this.
But even if we find out where it is, how do we get there?
We should be able to figure something out between the three of us with our powers. Right, Miss Lynn? Right. Oh, and wait a minute. What about a torpedo?
A torpedo?
In any case, it's way too early to give up.
Looks like Detective Jowd is our last hope.
Come on, let's get started.
Can't talk to the other dude. Wait, more talking done.
So his shell is definitely there in the command room, right? Just without the fragment.
It's there, yeah, but I don't know about calling it a shell.
Detective Jowd's watch will tell us exactly where it is.
Right, he said it was a radio receiver, didn't he?
There might be another torpedo on the ship. If we use it, we can get to Detective Jowd.
It's a brilliant plan, Detective.
You think so?
So what are you gonna do, right? To the top of the torpedo?
Of course not. You guys are going to go.
Darn, I kinda wanted to see that.
Did you want to see me drown?
I better not open this. That water would come gushing in, I bet.
Such a peaceful mood at the moment, no need to throw cold water on it!
Damn, Missile. Right on point with the pun. Well, I wouldn't go so far as to call it peaceful.
Talk to Missile.
Okay, what do we do now?
We go find the command room that was launched somewhere into the sea.
What? How? Just to let you know I don't like water very much.
According to Lynn, key to our plan is a torpedo. Kind of a missile.
Missile? You have a missile right here!
I don't think she's talking about that kind of a missile. Now then, where do we see another torpedo?
Nowhere. Let's talk to Camelot.
So my dad isn't here on the submarine?
Don't worry, we're going to go get him right now.
Okay.
I hope I didn't hurt Lynn's feelings when I said about my dad saving us if he was here.
Oh, don't worry about that. Comments like that just roll right off Miss Lynn's back. She's really thick-skinned.
Ouch. Ouch.
I'm going to start being tougher, too. I want to make my dad proud of me. Miss Camila!
I'm sure your dad is very proud of you, Camila.
Control. Grapes.
Huh.
Alright, tell us if we can dial out of here. Torpedo.
The torpedo room, huh? Might be another torpedo left there. I'll go check it out.
Oh, I get it. You're going to use a missile to ram the control room.
Well, I don't know about ram, but we don't want to blow Detective Jout up. Something like that. Climb up to the torpedo room, too. Up is definitely safer. Okay, I'll see you there, then. It looks like the torpedoes can be launched manually with these switches. There are 2 tubes, so there should be 1 more left. I guess the first thing we have to do is load it into the tube.
When it comes to missiles, you can count on me!
How are the coordinates of the command room to the torpedo? And I just turned on the backup power. We ought to be able to use the switches now. Okay, let's try it. Good luck!
It's like, we will. I have to use a quick restroom break, so get some beverages, get some snacks. We'll be back in just a very quick moment. Oh, I see what's up. Okay. Leftover link from some other point. Boop. only been jamming the song, that's what matters. Tunes, I'm not falling off. Always fall off. Always lose that one. So we gotta find our way out to the top of all that. Gonna turn this off for a second. Move a different overlay to a different spot. I think put her right. Move down. Right above that, that'll work. Yeah, that's fine. I'd say that'd be more than fine. You can go that. Dude, that's kind of what the Tamagotchi stuff is all about. It's fun like that. One thing, talking about talcum powder. You know, talcum powder helps dry things up. And it looks like talcum powder worked. Alright, so some lunch in here. So, maybe answer. That's what happens when the hair keeps growing. It just keeps doing the stuff. Plus, I did actually give it a nice wash today. I actually use shampoo and whatnot. I only use shampoo like once or twice a week. I used to use shampoo every single day because that's how my parents taught me. And it turns out I was wrong my whole life. And now I only use it like once a week, if that. So yeah, it's so good. It's so good now. And the thing is, I think it still used to be longer yet. I actually like pull it out. Like, it's all scrunched up, it sits here by the shoulder, right? But if I actually pull it out, it's going down to about chest length. So it actually pulls down further than it is. It's longer than it looks. Cut on, hey, nothing wrong with that. Sometimes hair's gotta get cut, you know? And pardon me, I gotta eat lunch. But, man, I get it. Sometimes hair just gotta get cut. Sometimes I want to cut this hair because, like, it's so warm in the summer, but it's very helpful in the winter. Oh, you're doing realistic, not bait. Okay, got it, I got it. Yeah, I wear glasses. Oh, the lunch is very yummy. Pulled pork sub with jalapenos, spinach, tomato. Using the red onion, I prefer without onion, but they're using red onion and green pepper. But the jalapenos, yes. Melted cheddar, buffalo sauce, and some black pepper. So the combination of the melted cheese, the grease from the pork, and the buffalo sauce kind of make it a little watery, especially when it's still warm. But it's sitting around and everything's been able to solidify, so it makes it a lot easier to eat. Less messy. Far less mess. And just use some tricks, you know? You don't have to draw curly hair exactly. You just do a little, like, squiggles. And yeah, there's techniques about it. You can... I think the best way for curly hair is to just stylize it all the time. Trying to go for very accurate, that'd be tough. It's tough, but looks good when you do it. But half the time, just shortcut it. But I'm sure a character with long curly hair doing action poses and billowing, you know, hair in the wind and whatnot, that would be pretty cool. That would be fun to draw. It's just another factor you have to keep in mind, but rewarding once you do it. Maybe that's why we don't see too many characters with long curly hair. The artists don't want to draw it, especially in animations. It's like, now we know. You get that representation. I wouldn't say, you know, you have to represent something just because you have to. If you just feel like a character being a certain way, just go for it. And if them being a certain way becomes relevant to the plot somehow, all the better. You know, if things are, you know, can either be, hey, that's just the way it is, or it becomes relevant, it's fine. But when people can tell when something is there just to be there, and it kind of loses its point, you know. All right, let's wash the hands and have it mix it. Right, I see what you mean. Wash my hands, right? There I am, over there, wash my hands, get the grease off so we don't put it on the controller. And what do I see back there? A deer. Deer just looking around, making sure nobody's watching, and then just starts licking its hoof. Its back hoof, for that matter of fact. It's like, alright, you clean yourself off like a cat, deer. I didn't even know they did that. Yeah, that's pretty much how we pronounce it all, T-O. So, alright. Moving on. Oh, I know how to move it. I'm trying to go back to it. To... I can't make him move it. Plus there's that lever up there. How's it going there? I'm just calculating the command room's coordinates now. I have to put in a slight offset though. Don't want it to blow up. Because Gamer's got a game. Hey, it's alright, just last day for A. If you need to know, last day for me, it's the last day of June. For Toon, it's February 8th.
I'm sure Detective Jowd would appreciate that.
Well, leave this to me. Good luck with loading the missile.
Okay, thanks. Talk to Missile.
What happened to these two ladies?
I think that's up to us. And our powers.
What?
There's no time to be standing around unsure of ourselves. Will you lend me your strength, Missile?
Me, of course I will. Count on it.
Okay. Switch now. Good. So I kind of just need you out of the way.
1 second.
And then, here. There's like no time to change that. Oh wait, no, maybe I still can swap it. Get there with... Man. We'll swap the lever so they can operate. It almost does not reach the lever. Dude, Missile can reach so far. Independent artist. Works out. Sounds good. Well, there we go.
There we go! That torpedo looks serviceable. I'll set on this end too. But something's odd. What is it? The command room, it looks like it's slowly sinking. Sinking? Yeah, like it's completely run out of power. I wonder what happened. I don't know, but I guess we'll find out. Right, okay, hop into the missile. I'll launch it for you. Okay, thanks.
I could just automatically assume missiles jumped in.
I've reset the torpedo's course. It'll head toward the command room where Detective Jowd is. 12 seconds after launching, it'll pass by the command room for an instant. That instant will be your window of opportunity to jump over to the command room. Okay, got it. And then we'll find a way to come back and save you. That'll probably be my last task tonight. Just hold on until we get back. Alright, here it goes. Okay, come on, Missile. Missile?
I'm sorry, I can't go.
What?
I just can't. How could I leave? I can't leave Miss Lynn and Miss Camila behind. I can't do it.
Missile?
I swapped the switches so the missile can be launched. You'll have to do the rest, Cecil.
I can't do it either. I can't ask Missile to come with me after that. I understand exactly how he feels. It's all up to Cecil. The Cecil Missile Hour. Power Hour. I want you to go, Missile.
What? But Miss Lynn?
You staying here won't change our fate. But if you go with Cecil, you might be able to make something happen, and that's our only hope.
But what if that something doesn't happen? I'll never be able to see you again, never ever again. Even I can understand that. I couldn't stand that.
Don't worry, Missile.
Miss Camila.
Just knowing you and Sissy can make something happen, I believe in you. I'll be right here waiting for you. We'll see each other then, don't worry.
Dog can talk. The dog can talk because you first actually enter the dog's mind, and like when the dog's first a ghost, and the dog's alive again, then the dog's a ghost again, but the dog has powers now. So yes, the dog can talk in a telepathic sense of speaking. It's hilarious. I tell you, this game is great. Go watch a full thing of it. It's amazing.
Miss Camila!
So he joins in.
That's a good boy, Missile. Now, are you ready? Remember, it's 12 seconds after I throw the switch.
You'll play it instead of watch it? Even better!
We're ready.
I have to stop watching them. We're getting close to the ending here. But then again, still play it because the puzzles are good.
Cecil? Yes? I never found out who you really were. But that doesn't matter now. All I know is I'm truly glad I met you tonight. Thank you for everything. And I'm glad I met you, Detective. But we're gonna see each other again, right, Sissy? Right, Missile? That's right, we promise, little lady.
Of course we will!
He's so positive, I love it.
I'll never forget you no matter what happens. Here goes, then. Good luck, friend.
Oh boy.
These 12 seconds are lasting an eternity. I strive to think of a way to save Lynn and the little lady the whole time. But how can a ray of light, of hope, reach this far down into the deep sea? Before I can think of an answer, the 12 seconds are up.
There they go. Yeah, go for anything a bit more reserved for Toon.
Detective Jowd!
I bet that big masked man did this! I'm going to bite him!
You better not, you might break your teeth. The command room has lost power and is sinking. So I wonder what that masked man is going to do.
Let's talk to Detective Jowd!
We can go to the core! We can go to the core of the shell! You can erase their 4 minutes before death. If we go to the core of the shell body, can we erase that death from 10 years ago? Oh shit. This story's about to go full circle.
Sorry for the wait, Detective Jowd.
Who are you? Are you Cecil?
Please excuse my appearance.
I can't believe you made it here. How is Camila? What about Lynn?
Well, it's kind of a long story. I told Detective Jowd about everything that happened on the submarine Yanoa.
So the submarine is badly damaged? Why would he do that to his own submarine?
I wish I knew. I know the answer to that one. It's because he's afraid of my powers. You followed us? I didn't even notice. It's been 10 long years, Detective Jowd.
Are you... Yomiel?
That's his name? So you remember me, do you?
How could I possibly forget?
So that's your real name, huh? Yomiel. That's right. But those people on the Yanoa were calling you Cecil. That's just an alias I was using for my deal with them. I didn't see any need to tell them my real name. Could you do me a favor? Would you let me ask you some questions? I've been trying to find out my true identity all night. Sure, go ahead. I'm sure there's plenty we can still tell you, right, Detective Jowd?
Right. 10 years ago, you were a top systems engineer, weren't you?
Systems engineer, what's that? By the way, I'm a top Pomeranian, you know!
Indeed you are, Missile, indeed you are. Well, it's kind of hard to explain to a dog, but it's a person who's good at using computers.
I don't mean to brag, but I was one of the best in the industry. That's how I got roped into joining that project.
Project? What project?
It was a project aimed at reorganizing the nation's top secret information. The goal was to build a new system using multidimensional programming theory. I was asked to join the project by an agent of the government.
It doesn't sound like something the top Pomeranian would know anything about.
To me, it just sounded like another challenging job. However, this project was also the target of a secret plot. I bet you can imagine the kind of crime the nation's top secrets might attract. I never thought for the life of me I'd ever have to deal with spies.
It was never made public, but every organization in the country moved on this one. And then one day the name of a certain programmer emerged as a suspect.
I was the guy who built the core of the system.
The police arrested you, and then that incident happened.
He escaped from the interrogation room and took little Lynn as a hostage. By the way, Detective Jowd, when was it that I was proven innocent?
About 6 months after your death. I'm so sorry, Yomiel.
10 years ago.
Being a charmer, there's a lot of people.
Knows a lot of people. My soul was split from my body and I lost everything. I was sealed in eternal darkness. I existed in this world, no question about that. But nobody noticed my presence. What good were my powers? They didn't help anybody. Not even the passage of time could heal my pain. In fact, it only made it worse.
Alright, have a good one. Take care. And cheers to delicious cake. Wheel.
I wanted to disappear, but I wasn't even allowed to do that. The way Lynn described it is exactly right. Sinking slowly toward the bottom of an endless sea. An overwhelming feeling of loneliness and despair. And I wanted all of you to suffer what I was suffering. Damn, man.
And so that's why you murdered Alma.
That's right. I wanted you to know what it was like to lose everything you cared about. I wanted you to feel the same pain I felt.
What?
It was the twisted wish of a mind poisoned by infinite loneliness. And then, as I was plotting my revenge, I had an idea. I came up with a plan to use these powers of mine to make a deal.
There's something I just don't understand about that deal. I'm sure your powers would be very valuable to them, but what would you get out of the deal?
A new life.
Life!
I asked them for 2 conditions. Number 1 was that they helped me with my revenge plot. And the second was a rebirth for me.
Rebirth? A new beginning, eh?
I didn't care if it was a fake life, an artificial life. I just wanted a physical receptacle for my soul, a name, an identity, an everyday life. I wanted to grow old in a society that would accept me, and finally I wanted to die surrounded by a loving family. That's the kind of life I asked them for.
A completely man-made life.
That's right. I knew I couldn't hope for anything more than that. To make it all come true, I knew it would take a lot of money and a lot of power. That's why I decided to ask a national government to help me, and their response in the end was betrayal. They were making their moves much more carefully than I suspected. They sent spies to this country and researched my powers on their own. And they even figured out what Temsic was all about.
You had no idea they were doing all this.
None at all. I was a fool. So then, why did they go to all the trouble of making a deal with you? Why didn't they just steal a hunk of the Temsic meteorite from the park? They couldn't. Huh? After the manipulator incidents, research was conducted in this country too.
Okay.
A report was submitted to the government about the source of the manipulator's power. By Inspector Cabanella and the old pigeon guy, eh?
Everyone says A a lot. It's taking place in Canada.
At first, the government didn't believe the report. But then they decided to put the park under surveillance, just in case. Surveillance, huh? It just looks like an ordinary peaceful park. There are armed agents there at all times. Don't tell me that odd leaflet guy is one of them. No, not him. He's just a plain old odd person. That park is like a silent battlefield on an international scale.
So that's why they couldn't steal the Temsic meteorite.
And lately, under the pretense of building a housing site, they've been working on a plan to destroy that park in order to secure the Temsic meteorite. So that's it. Eh?
So the upshot of your grand deal was this, eh? So Canadian.
Yeah, it's the ending I deserve.
But at least there's one thing you must be happy about.
What's that?
You've managed to seal me away at the bottom of the sea forever.
Well, shall we get started? Started with what? Bringing Detective Jowd back to life, of course. What? What good would that do now?
But we promised! We promised Mr. Lynn and Miss Camilla we'd save them!
And we can't do that without you, Detective Jowd. I've been guided by fate tonight to this place. I won't give up now.
Alright, fine. Let's see where it leads us.
Here we go then. Back to 4 minutes before your death.
Before death. So, where are we headed? We're not headed anywhere, Detective. What? There was only enough fuel on board to launch us away, Detective. We will run out soon, and that will be our destination, Detective. What are you talking about? That would mean that you're trapped here too! By the way, I am not human, Detective. I am a remote-controlled robot, Detective. What? Your country's use of technology is just plain off! We get that a lot, Detective. We get that a lot, Detective. Why would you go to all this trouble to do this? That's nothing but a shell there. It's hardly a threat anymore. Commander Sith likes to provide against any possibility, no matter how small, Detective. Possibility? What are you talking about? There's no need for you to know, Detective. Oh no. Now is the time to say goodbye, Detective. In the end, your fate remains the same, it seems, Detective. Camilla, forgive me.
It isn't over yet.
It isn't?
Remember what that big masked man said? Any possibility, no matter how small.
Possibility.
In other words, there must be chance here somewhere. The possibility of turning this situation around.
Call it crazy, a graveyard theory. Huh?
Huh?
What is it, detective?
Look at Yomiel's shell. There's no aura emanating from his body. Of course there isn't. The Temsic fragment is gone. Could this change in his shell give us some kind of lead? I figured it out. I know what this possibility, no matter how small, is that they're afraid of. What is it?
Him coming back to life. For a while, so we'll wait and see.
My time was perpetually stopped thanks to the power of Temsic. His body cycled between the moments that separated his life and death.
Right, but not anymore. The Temsic fragment has been taken away.
Exactly. So what does that mean? I get it. Your body won't come back to life anymore. The moment the Temsic fragment was removed, my shell became a regular corpse. So let's see, that means we can go back to 4 minutes before your death?
But wait a minute, exactly when is that death?
That's simple. We'll find out. When we get there, let's move!
I fell back through the cracks of time for what seemed like forever. And then I saw it. The final death at the end of this long, long night. Who exactly am I? I've already seen all the clues. All I have to do now is remember. The final journey to the truth starts now.
Alright. Final chapter begin. Final chapter.
When was Yomiel's death? It was 10 years ago, when the Temsic meteorite fell. We traveled back through time, and now we're here at the scene of that death. The start of it all is about to replay itself.
Give it up. Do you really think you can outrun me? Now just calm down and drop that weapon!
Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll shoot her!
No way. So that's it, huh?
Huh?
Oh, I get it. Shoot, you might get hurt! That's where it all happens. You're all right now. Are you hurt?
You saved me, mister.
I was just doing my job. The gods, they're the ones who saved you.
What's your job, mister?
Me? I'm a police detective. So that's the Temsic meteorite, eh?
It's beautiful, looking at it from this angle.
It changed all of our fates completely.
We can't stop Temsic from falling from the sky, but we might be able to protect you from that fragment and save your life.
I don't know.
What's the matter, Detective Jowd?
To be perfectly honest, I'm scared. If that meteorite fragment doesn't get him, I'm pretty sure I would have shot him. I might not be able to change your fate of dying.
I can accept that. What I did is inexcusable. No matter how the future might change, that fact will never go away. If my fate is to die here, then I accept that. This will be our last battle against fate. Beyond that will be a new future.
Okay, let's get started.
Final puzzle.
Now, how are we gonna save you? If Flynn would just wander off somewhere, that would solve everything.
When her sweet potato is almost ready. Ha! She's not gonna budge from that spot.
But you know, it makes me wonder.
It's a frosted cake with tail.
You know, it makes me wonder. A little girl all alone in the park listening to music and roasting a sweet potato. What kind of childhood did this girl have?
Doesn't everybody have at least one day in their life like that? Give her a break!
If Lynn won't budge from that spot, we'll just have to find the fragment. Have to have the fragment move instead.
Roasted a sweet potato. It's under a thing. Nozzle. We're gonna move the big dude, aren't we? Let's go back over to Cecil.
What are you doing? You're going to hurt poor Miss Lit's ears!
I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking.
You really startled her. You made her drop her sweet potato.
I know how much this girl loves her food, too, anyway. At least her fate has changed, albeit ever so slightly. What in the world is this thing?
Oh boy, you even forgot what a sweet potato is. It's a roasted root vegetable. It's good.
Something like them. There's nothing like them on a cold winter's day.
They're sweet and they smell delicious.
These guys sure are making me want to try one. Ah, wrong button. Oh no.
I'll leave him up there. Oh, I get it. Get the nozzle. Oh, okay. You have to rewind a little bit after fate changed. Okay, hold on. There's Missile. You're over here. Just get down there. Missile, get up here. Get on the thing. Oh, that's my time to get up there. That was a bit straightforward for now.
Oh, look at that sweet potato. That big scary sweet potato.
That's not a sweet potato, Missile. That's Mino.
Oh, right, of course. Look at that potato and Mino. Right now they both have the same shape.
So you're saying you could swap them? Huh. Good idea, Missile.
Okay, here I go. I'm gonna need your help.
My help.
Actually, just gonna do it like that where you go down to the basket. There we go. Oh, come on. Turn as well, thank you. Oh, look! That lamppost is bending.
But it hasn't broken yet!
It really is a wonder it hasn't snapped. It just might hold out for a little while longer.
If I recall, that Temsic fragment smashed through the glass lantern on its way down.
But if Minos sits firmly in its way,
then fate should change.
to wait and see.
There, how's that?
Look, the fragment's course! It changed a little!
Now Yomiya's fate should really be changed. Wait a minute, taking a look at the fragment's trajectory. Now that's changed, what's in its path? In its path? No! Detective Jout! The Temsic fragment shot through his leg! The cruel twists of fate weren't over yet.
Come on, put it down.
Huh?
Joe, put the gun down now. If you don't, I'm going to shoot him.
I don't know if it's I don't know if it's his detective training or what. But even though he's shaking from the pain, the gun doesn't waver.
Put the gun down! No! I knew it. This was my true fate in the end. I stole his life away with my own hands.
I won't let that happen!
Missile! The bullet stopped in midair.
I'm here inside the bullet! Let's swab it with something!
What? With what?
Detective Zhao, the meteorite fragment is what made you pull the trigger. We won't let you become a murderer. We have to prove that murder isn't the detective's true fate. To that, we have to stop this bullet. Must be something with the same shape as the bullet around here. Oh no. We stopped the bullet, but we still couldn't save him. That's not true. My fate of getting pierced to the back might not have changed, but I'm still alive.
What?
I'm not dead, just unconscious. Okay, so your fate of death has changed, but still. This fate is just too painful to watch in every sense. I don't think so. As long as I'm alive, that's good enough for me. But we were overlooking one thing. The wheel of fate was slowly still turning. Was still slowly turning. Uh-oh.
Wake up! You gotta get out of there! Damn it, my leg won't work!
It's all over, we're out of time, Miss Lynn!
It's not over yet.
There's anything else to swap with?
Why don't we just let it play out and then try to find another way next time? And if she dies, all you have to do is possess her corpse. Then you can redo her last 4 minutes as many times as it takes. No, I won't do that! Why not? Sure, the fact of her death would be erased, but her memory of it would remain, like a scar on her psyche. I won't let that happen, not if I can help it.
But what can we do now? Even if we work together?
I think there might be something that can be done.
What is it? What can Cecil and I do?
Don't forget that I'm here too. With 3 kinds of powers among us, we ought to be able to fight this battle. This battle against the fate of death! Yomiel! Cecil, your power is manipulating objects. Use your power to manipulate this. Huh? I don't get it. Just trust me, let's go. Now, gather your strength and make it spray as if your life depended on it. I I'm dead, though. In that case, make it spray as if your death depended on it. Give it your all! And remember, you only have a split second. Now it's your turn, Missile.
What? Mabel, what can I do?
I think you know the answer to that.
Okay, got it.
You can swap them! That hunk of concrete will go back to its original position.
But if I swap them, it's right above Miss Lynn.
Don't worry.
Okay, I'll do it. Swap them. It's no use. We can't stop that horrible Mino.
What can we do now? See how gaining a second or two helped. Oh, it helped all right. Those few seconds were exactly what I wanted. Last up, it's my turn. Your turn? Him. You know what my power is, right? I can manipulate living creatures. Wait a minute, you mean? That's right. I'm going to save that little girl. Save her by manipulating my own unconscious body. Ye gods! Holy crap.
He might still live, just his legs are kind of crushed. Ah, you're awake.
Hey, mister, is your knee okay?
Oh, it'll be fine. It's just a scrape. I'm like it wasn't a fatal hit. But the main thing is that you're not hurt.
You saved me, mister.
I was just doing my job. The gods, they're the ones who saved you.
What's your job, mister?
Me, I'm a police detective. Do you think you could go call the police for me? I think you could do it quicker than I could.
But... What's that?
This is a detective's badge. We give them to children who've been very brave.
A detective's badge? Thanks.
Okay, you know what to do, little detective. Are you alive?
Yeah, sadly.
Hang on, help is coming. What made you do such a reckless thing?
To be perfectly honest, I don't really know. When I came to, my body was already moving all by itself. It was as if somebody else was controlling me.
I see.
But you know, I'm glad it happened.
The cat is dead. We're the cat the whole time!
I found this kitten. It was over there.
Come to think of it, I just saw it a few minutes ago. It's probably a stray.
It's kind of limp. Is it okay?
I don't know, I think it's unconscious. That's funny, it doesn't look like it's injured or anything.
Poor little kitty.
How about if I take it to my house and look after it? Would you like to come home with me, little kitten?
Well, looks like his fate just changed in a big way. Whose fate? That kitten's, of course. Cecil's. Cecil? The name Cecil echoes in my head. That's my real name. These long, lonely 10 years, you were my one and only friend. How about it? Do you remember now? Old friend?
Wow, what?
Hacking shit. I think I finally remember what happened. 10 years ago, I was a little kid that wandered into this park. I was weak, all alone in the world. Somebody, please look at me.
Oh, kitten, sure, you might get hurt.
Somebody, please reach a hand out to me. I had just only died at the time. I had lost everything, my life, my memory. My body wouldn't move anymore, but I still managed to reach out a hand to him. The next thing I knew, my soul had transferred to the black kitten. With no recollection of who I was. I lived as a cat with you for a while. After a while, the man regained his memory. I went back to being just a cat, and the man got his body back. I took my body back from the morgue. There was somebody I just had to go see, just one more time. I took control of my body and hurried to her house. But I was just a little too late. I had just missed her as she left this world. She left me a note that said, "I'm coming to you, Yomiel." The man named me Sissel. It was the name of something important he had lost along with his life. His fiancée. He told me about it once, but I didn't understand what it was. Those 10 years were very happy for me, but they weren't happy for the man, and there was nothing I could do for him. For 10 years I wandered through this darkness with no particular place to go. As time passed, my powers gradually changed. At first, I could only manipulate small creatures and objects, but then after a while, I could manipulate people. And that's when the darkness inside me deepened, and I started to get a little twisted. I wanted light. Distorted, artificial light. When I got my revenge on Lynn, I would see that light, or at least that's what I tried to believe. I left my old self buried in that junkyard and walked away. Black cat. I was possessing Cecil then. It wouldn't look very much like a murder if the corpse got up and walked away after all.
So you borrowed the body of your old friend.
Cecil was inside that bag I was carrying tonight. I had no intention of leaving my friend behind in this country when I left. But then, when I went to possess his body, I realized something horrible.
What was that?
Cecil there inside the bag was dead.
What?
The radiation from Yomiel's body gave Cecil the power. I wasn't able to control her completely. The shot went inside the bag. The first bullet didn't hit anything, or so I thought.
But it did hit something, didn't it? It hit Cecil inside that bag. Wow.
Yes, that's when I lost my life, right there in the presence of Temsic radiation. That's when I got my powers of the dead, my ghost tricks. I think I understand it now. Why I was the only one who couldn't get his memory back. It's because I thought that corpse was me. It was the only corpse I could see at the time, after all. As it turns out, it wasn't the only dead body. My true death was hiding just behind that corpse. Now that I think about it, do you remember what you said? That you knew all along about saving Lynn tonight? That you knew all along about me saving Lynn tonight? If you knew, why didn't you try to stop me? It's simple. Because I couldn't, even if I wanted to. Huh? Why not? Remember the thing about individual differences in the powers we get? I can control all kinds of things, from the living to the dead. But even so, there are some things that you can do that I can't. You mean... I can't even rewind time, let alone change the fate of a death. If I could do those things, I would have saved your life. Not only that, but I never would have just let my fiancé stay dead like that. But you're here 10 years in the past now. That's thanks to your powers. I just tagged along with you. All that can change.
In any case, now the starting point of this entire tragedy has changed dramatically, altering fate. The fate of your death, the kitten Cecil's fate. And I can just bet you the fate of the woman you love has changed too.
Yes, I believe you're right. So this was the last fate to be averted, huh?
So, Yomiel, it looks like your plan for revenge ended in failure.
Yes, and I'm glad too. I think I kind of understand now what you've been feeling these 10 years. I think I understand what you've been feeling these 10 years. She understood. She shed tears for me. That's when my revenge was over. She saved me from the darkness.
Well, I guess it's time we got back. I knew 10 years later was just born. Right. We should get back to our new present.
I can't wait to see Miss Lynn and Miss Camila again.
So these past 10 years will now all vanish. Well, not completely. The memories of all of us here will remain, including the memory of what I did, my crime.
That's the way this game of the dead works, eh?
No matter what the reason, there's no denying the fact that I took Lynn hostage and tried to point a gun at her. I have no intention of running away from that either. The most inexcusable crime in my new life is the memory of your old life. Hey, Cecil.
Yes?
When we go back, our fates will no longer be interconnected. It will be like we never met. So before that happens, I just wanted to say one thing. Tonight, I stole away your life with my own hands. I'm truly sorry.
That's already a thing of the lost past. Our fates have changed now, right, Yomiel?
Thank you, Cecil. I'm so very glad I met you.
Me too, Yomiel.
Cecil, are we ever going to see each other again? I couldn't stand if we weren't.
Don't worry, Missile. I'll bet we'll see each other again someday.
10 years from now, our paths are sure to cross. We'll just have to wait until then.
Cecil, I'll never forget you.
I'll never forget you either, valiant little doggy. Well, it looks like you come to live with me now. So let's be getting home, little black cat. Home, huh? That sounds good, Detective Jowd. We all witnessed the birth of a new beginning, and now we're going back to our own new present. And now we're going back to our new present. We said goodbye to the parts of our stories that would be lost, believing that someday our paths would all cross again.
Wait.
Before you go back to the new present, I wanted to thank you. Before you go back to the new present, I wanted to thank you. Before I cease to exist.
Oh, it's you.
Yes, it is I, Ray, in case you have forgotten again. Thanks to you, everything has turned out as I had hoped. I am really grateful to you, Cecil. Thank you. But don't forget, I was only on a journey to find my own lost memory. Yes, I know that. I know all about you. Can I ask you a question, Ray? I want to know. Who exactly are you? Fair enough. I will tell you. Let me tell you about another version of tonight's events.
Another version?
You changed the fates of many people that night, the first of which was hers. If you had not been there for her tonight, her fate would have been to die in that lonely spot on the outskirts of town. If that had occurred, what do you suppose would have happened? Let me tell you a story. The story of a little creature. After they stole her life that night, they broke into her apartment. Everything went out without a hitch. They stole the wooden box from the ceiling hiding place and left. And in the process, two little dead bodies were left behind. But he was near them with the radiation. However, the little fellow's spirit lived on. He desperately reached out his paw toward his mistress, and that's when a miracle occurred. What? Look at that! The powers of the dead, but how? He didn't really understand it himself, not yet, anyway. But with all you know now, I bet you understand it, do you not?
Missile will...
Hey, wait a minute! She was just out of range, but Missile was in range. That's right. He died inside the aura of that strange energy. But unfortunately, with his meager powers, he wasn't able to save his little mistress. There just wasn't anything he could do with only the power to swap objects. He needed the power to manipulate objects in order to save the little lady. The little fellow chased after the man, but there still wasn't anything he could do. In the end, he was left behind with the man in the red in the deep, deep sea. And then, he went back. He went back to the world of 10 years before, to the moment of the man in red's death. What? He decided to wait it out. He decided to wait until that night came again. And that's the other version of the story of this night. A story that has taken these 10 years to be retold. So that was you, huh?
Ha ha ha!
That's right. I'm Missile. 10 years is a very long time in dog years. It's over 70 years. You couldn't change the fates of these people on your own, so you decided to wait those 10 years out. But I guess that begs the question then. I guess you always had the power to travel back in time, but wow, I get it. Exactly. And then, at last, that fateful night rolled around again. By this time, I had grown old and my powers were weak, so I decided I needed to find somebody to help me this time around. Somebody who possessed different powers than me. But wait a second. You were able to manipulate that desk lamp. Over the course of the long years, my powers changed. My ability to swap objects weakened, but I became able to manipulate small objects. But in that case, why didn't you cooperate with yourself? Because I couldn't. Huh? From watching The Man in Red, I found out there were individual differences in our powers. I couldn't do any of the things he could do, like travel through the telephone lines, for example. What? It may not seem like much, but it's a very important power, especially if you're trying to chase somebody. But there's something I don't understand. You knew from the very beginning that I had that power. How did you know so much about me? Why wouldn't I? After all, we had met before, on that night the first time around. We what? We met before? From listening to the conversation of the two intruders to that apartment, I learned that Miss Lynn had lost her life at the junkyard at the edge of town. I followed the ghost world path to the junkyard and came upon an incredible scene. Imagine, if you will, there in the darkness, a twisting and swiveling desk lamp. It made my fur stand on end, I can tell you. That was me? So I was shot on that night the first time around as well. You had lost your memory that time too. You had just died and you felt confused. You declined to cooperate with me. I did what? I just want to find my own lost memory. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. That's what you said. And then you disappeared, away over the telephone line. I'm really sorry I didn't help you. That's why I decided that this time, I would use that desire of yours to our mutual advantage. Mutual advantage? The only thing you were interested in was finding your own lost memory. If I could guide you along the right path to doing that, we would both benefit. Namely, the right path would be the path to the Man in Red, to Yomiel. What? I gave you the information you needed to know to set you in the right direction. And then I gave you a time limit. A time limit? That's right, as you know, I said you only had until tomorrow morning. If I hadn't done that, you wouldn't have found out the truth tonight. And the Man in Red would have been sealed away at the bottom of the sea forever. If that had happened, it would have been all over. Then you mean that thing about ceasing to exist? Oh, that completely made up. A little naughty of me, I know. But I just wanted you to use your time wisely. Oh boy! I hate to admit it, but this little doggy really outsmarted me in every way. Let's just call it the wisdom that comes with age.
How many cycles did he go through? There's just 2 cycles to get to that? Now it's time to say farewell. These past 10 years will cease to exist, and with them, so will I.
Missile.
I believed in you. I always knew you could do it. And so you did. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Missile, so you waited and waited these 10 long years. All for the sake of your 2 ladies, Lynn and Camila, eh?
Of course, because that's what doggies do. Now then, farewell, Cecil.
And so the story of a single night came to an end. Nobody but us knew what had really happened in this town today. I made my way back to a new present. Damn.
Huh? How come it's dark?
You're saying what? I'll just turn on the lights here.
Oh, this is Alma, huh? No, it's Lynn.
Hey, were you surprised? You bet I was. You nearly scared me to death. Yippee, it worked! But it's not even my birthday today. It was my mom's birthday the day before yesterday. I made this surprise for her, but it came out so well I wanted to use it again.
That's alright, Lynn. After all, we're celebrating the birth of your new position as detective, right?
Really? Thank you, Detective Job. Dad, you're home!
Hi, Camila. Let me introduce you. This is Lynn. She was just assigned to the detective division today.
Hi, Camilla. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Lynn. Congratulations on becoming a detective. Huh? Is something wrong? You have one of those badges too. Oh, this, yeah? Or this, yeah. I have one just like it. My dad gave it to me the other day. But yours looks a lot older than mine, though.
How long are you going to keep wearing that toy badge, Lynn?
What's wrong with it? To me, this is the symbol of a real detective.
It's been 10 years since then, hasn't it? Who would have guessed you'd actually become a detective one day?
You gave me this badge, I just knew. I knew it was my destiny somehow.
Destiny, eh?
Now that I'm a detective, I'll find out where that destiny will lead me.
That you will, that you will.
Oh, hello. Don't tell me you're that same little kitten.
That's right, the very one.
You know what? This is a very, very special cat. He's 10 years old, but he's still a kitten. Still a kitten? Yep, he never got any bigger or anything.
Oh no, the Temsic stones!
Wow, what a mysterious little fellow. I know, right? His name is Cecil. Cecil. Seems to me I've heard that name somewhere before. I think Cecil likes you, Lynn.
Oh.
Alright, everyone, let's start the celebration. Okay, Mom.
In a big the chicken kitchen.
I bet you're just like me. Your destiny led you here somehow, too.
Guilty on all charges, yep.
And so we meet again, Cecil.
From just that single night as a human, I got a glimpse into their world, and I learned something. To the court went, their fates, their lives, they were all interconnected, somewhere, somehow, in some way. And now this is my new fate. The immortal kitten. I guess I really am a cat. It suits me just fine to curl up and watch. watch the strange and beautiful patterns of their lives. And it looks like I'll have plenty to watch here for quite a while. Aww. Damn, that was a good game. That was a good story. Ha! There's Missile!
Happy birthday to our lovely Lynn! Like I said, it isn't my birthday. Hey, Missile, I thought I asked you to stay home and guard the fort. But birthdays are for celebrating together with friends and loved ones. Nothing like it, baby.
Dude, that's a big plate of spaghetti. Nice. We're gonna sing a little bit from every character, aren't we?
How do you like that? Not bad, huh?
But definitely not good.
Maybe now I can be a great detective, just like Inspector Cabanella.
What kind of examples is the Inspector providing for his men? Oh, we get to see the guards at the special place, don't we?
Just dance! Because he's so nervous all the time.
Oh, the Inspector.
Here's your food, gentlemen. Emery, what are you doing here? I heard you were going to be picking new members for the Special Investigation Unit today.
So you took on a part-time job here again, just so you could eavesdrop?
Oh, you have no idea the lengths I'd go to reach my goals.
La 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 la. La la la, I've never cooked this way before. So exotic, so exciting. Turmeric, coriander, cumin, and fenugreek. Curried chicken, paradise, la la la.
Is this really necessary, this new curried chicken menu item?
Oh, but our very best customer requested it. Now, good luck with the taste testing.
Oh boy, I don't think I could eat another bite. Just who exactly is this very best customer anyway?
The curry lover. Oh man, wow.
Are you sure we really need all these explosives? Not to worry, Beauty, my dear. I followed the instructions exactly. 20 kilograms of gunpowder, just like it said.
That's a heck of a lot.
Wait a minute. 20 kilograms? I thought it was 20 grams!
Well, they died. So long. Well, now we know how they die. I was like, these guys didn't die. Like a couple of the other hitmen from early in the game.
So this is where you work, huh, Papa?
That's right, sweetheart.
Darling husband, don't you have any ideas at all you could give me? You must have heard some juicy stories. The indiscretions of a minister, perhaps? Now. Must you talk that way in front of our darling angel? Here's to the stodgy mind of my darling husband. She just thinks bonk.
The bonk of love.
this deal is going quite well. Oh, I must say, these grapes are quite good, my man.
The Yonoa is about to scrape the bottom of the sea, sir. Be forewarned, sir.
Egad! You together, man? Are you trying to give me a case of the vapors? I believe I nearly died of fright just now.
I almost thought the lights went out because of when it scraped, the timing was perfect, but it's just like, the game was waiting for me to... You haven't touched your controller in a while, it's the credits.
Love, peace, and pigeons. Long live rock and roll.
Still gonna find the thing anyways.
Stop the bard from charging admission. Protect the rights of those who live here.
Still the crazy man. Wait, he's the one that lives there. He's just trying to protect his home. Oh, there he is.
Day's a day, you know. He's finally getting out. You know, everybody's starting to get real tired of seeing you do that.
Then let me show you. A new dance has been passed down in our family for generations. We do this when we have a stomachache. We call it Dance Away the Pain.
Oh, I'm real interested in that one. Think you could show me, say, next week?
You got it!
Yomiel's getting out of jail now, isn't he? That's what's going on. he became the painter. "10 long years, Yomiel. Your time's up today. The young lady who always comes to visit is waiting outside."
Thank you, Cecil.
I'm like, thank you, Cecil. I mean, that was the painting he left on there, huh? Nice. Extra credit for the port, huh? Fair enough. This game is really great, yeah. Storytelling had a good flow, great twists. Kept me interested because I kept looking forward to every episode going, oh man, what are they going to do next? How do I solve some of these puzzles? Because holy crap, they're so well thought out. Only like 2 of them I was just like, oh wait, do they want me to do more than what I'm thinking of? Oh, they wanted me to do less than their tips. Like their hints were making me go, wait, do they want me to do more? And it was like, no, they need me to do far less. It's like, ah, right. And then I get this oversight, like maybe like one small detail. But this game is really great. And I can easily see why this game was such a cult classic for many years on end on the DS. And I'd like to know if like the teams ever worked on other stories. You know, they made Ace Attorney stuff. You know, they made this. What other things did they work on? What ways did, you know, some of the people who worked on these 2 series, how did they split and go to make other games, other visual novels and stuff? Why do I feel like it's been a while since we've had a good game that was like It was really like invigorating since like the Ace Attorney series, or since like this game. You know, I just feel like it's been a really long time since we've had a good series that really like entrenched you in a really good story. Nice, mildly interactive visual novel, you know? Oh, I would put it actually above mildly. Significantly interactive visual novel. So good, but I guess you'd be hard pressed to do it again because at that point you're just kind of copying, and it was a novelty. But yeah, it's so great. Think about it, it's a game that's kind of like tough for the streaming because if other people know how it goes and whatnot, maybe they won't get a chance to play it for themselves. But then again, there wasn't really a chance for me to like watch this game in the past. Could have looked up at any time maybe, but no, I'm glad. Glad to have seen it. Glad to have played through it too, man. So good. Huh. A game like this, there's probably not many extras laying around. So, damn. I think it was a 2010 game too. Damn, wow, that was a good one. Whew. Glad I didn't play it in the past, so I got to enjoy it during this time frame. So good, so good. I know, right? 2010 game on the DS. I think maybe it was running on 3DS at that point. I forget, but the point is, fantastic. And there's always little gems hidden somewhere. Even though this one was made by Capcom, rather mainline studio, so. I think so, yeah. I think this was one of the last few games for the DS. I don't think it made it to like 3DS at that point, but still, great cel-shading style. Superb lighting and superb writing, translations, animations. And then I know they did a lot of rotoscoping for a lot of their movements, but that's so good, so good. So. Wow, that's the story. I feel like at the end of a movie or like the end of a really good game, it's like, man, those credits are just getting to you, and like I don't know what to do now. So all right, that will be it. I might get the stream later this week, but there might be some evening time ones, and no guarantees or promises. But hey, we'll see what's up. I mean, after all, I gotta see what it's like to stream at another location. So, that little hint out of the way. See you guys maybe sometime soon, until whenever that might be. Have a great night. Stay hydrated. Thank you for joining me on this little journey, and thank you as always for tuning in. I hope to see you again real soon. For real.